Before the first whisper of time, before the bright fire of stars was kindled, there was a hush, a breath that hung between what was and what would be. It was not empty, it was full of calm. It was not nothing. It was peace itself. From that vast stillness, older than wind or water, arose a presence. Soft, immense, unhurried. She was the night before all nights, the cool shadow at the edge of creation. They would later call her Nyx. But in that beginning, she had no name, for there were none yet to speak it. She unfolded slowly, as silk unspools across dark water, her form taking shape not in light, but in its tender absence. Around her, the first breath of chaos drifted like a gentle tide. Not turmoil, but possibility. The world had not yet chosen its form, and Nyx, with patient hands, cradled it in shadow. There were no suns yet to rise, no moons to guide the night. Only her, and the soft heartbeat of existence newly stirred. Her movements were quiet as falling ash. With each step, darkness deepened, rich and full. Where she moved, a coolness came, a rest for the wild stirrings of chaos. She soothed the restless, gave the unformed a rhythm, and taught stillness its first lesson, that even beginnings must rest. For a time, there was only this, the slow, rhythmic breathing of night herself, and the faint hum of being beneath her veil. It was peace without boundary. Then, faintly, from the farthest edge of her realm, a shimmer began, a flicker, not of flame, but of awareness. Nyx turned toward it and smiled. She did not fear light. She had carried its seed in her depths, and so, with open hands, she gathered it close and spoke softly, her voice like the tide at midnight. Grow gently. Do not wake too soon. And the first light obeyed. It curled into her darkness, small as an ember, tender as dawn held in the palm of night. Thus were born the beginnings of contrast, of shade and gleam, of rest and stirring, of silence and sound. The poets of ages yet unborn would one day say that chaos gave birth to night, and night to the world, but those were words born of later tongues. In truth, it was not birth, but harmony. The world exhaling into being through her calm. Nyx looked upon what was stirring and folded her arms around it. As a mother cradles a sleeping child, the darkness shimmered faintly with her breath, and she sang without voice, a lullaby that needed no sound. Sleep now, my child of mist. The day will come, but not yet. Rest in the hollow of my hands. The song wove through the formless air, wrapping all creation in ease. It drifted over the first oceans, yet unlit, the first mountains yet unnamed, and the sleeping seed of every star. It was from that hush that time began to move, not in haste, but in rhythm. When at last the first dawn gathered far beyond her horizon, Nyx felt no sorrow. She knew the world must awaken, for sleep has meaning only because there is waking. So she called softly into the deep. Come, Hemera. From the folds of her shadow stepped her daughter. Hemera, the day. Light spilled gently from her hands, washing the edges of the world in faint gold. And where they met, mother and daughter, night and day, the air shimmered with a beauty so tender that the boundary between them seemed to sigh. For a moment, both lingered, the dark and the light touching like fingertips. Then, with a smile that only eternity could know, Nyx withdrew to her western hall. Not gone, only resting, waiting for the time when the sun would again fall and the world would call for her comfort. As she retreated, she left behind small traces of herself, sparks that glimmered in the rising blue. They would become the stars. Her soft footprints became constellations. Her sigh became the dusk wind. And in the heart of all living things, she placed a gift, the instinct to close one's eyes and find peace when the light grew weary. The world awoke, but her song remained beneath it all. In the pulse between moments, in the quiet between thoughts, that song would never fade. For even as dawn claimed the sky, the night herself watched from the edge of the world. Serene and eternal, her dark wings folded, her eyes full of patience. When all else would one day wither, stone, sea, and star alike, she would still remain, the stillness between heartbeats, the hush before every birth. And when mortals would at last appear, they would name her Nyx, and whisper her name not in fear, but in gratitude. For in her, the weary would find sleep, and through her, the stars would remember to shine. There are stories that tell of chaos as a violent cleaving, a yawning gulf, in quiet corners of old song. However, chaos is gentler, an unshaped velvet in which the first breaths settle like dew. In that soft dark, Nyx moved as a patient hand, smoothing the unmade world as one smooths linen before it is folded. She did not hurry. Time itself, newly born, learned its measure by her pace. Each moment unreeled like a ribbon, measured not by clocks or sun, but by the hush between heartbeats and the slow fall of a feather. Within that hush, forms came to know themselves. The first hills learned to hold their weight, the oceans learned the taste of shore. The winds learned the small rules of movement. All of these were cradled in night's vast lap, and all of them bent, in secret, to her counsel. Once, when the world was still discovering how to remember, a thought wandered loose from chaos, and took the shape of a small, curious thing. It drifted like a mote of dust in a room where no candle yet burned. Nyx watched it with a tenderness one might give a child, learning to breathe. She cupped it in her shadow, and the little thought settled, warm and content. From such small, careful acts the world acquired gentle habits. Rivers learned to curve. Trees learned to bend without breaking. Animals learned to trust the cool of evening. And with every lesson, Nyx hummed a low, unspoken song that soothed the newly formed earth. It was a melody without notes, known only as the ease that comes when one lays their head upon a pillow and feels the world hold them safe. Throughout those soft beginnings, forms clustered at the edges of her presence. They were not yet named as men or beasts, nor as gods. They were murmurs and possibilities, each waiting for its own first breath. Nyx spoke to them not with thunder or decree, but with hushes and gestures, showing the seeds where roots might take hold, tracing the line where sea met sand. In the language of night, she taught restraint and the art of gentle growth. Her company was simple and small. From her first solitude came companions of shadow and subtlety, beings who needed no song to be known. Some were born of her sighs, the soft shapes we later called Erebus, a quiet space within deep darkness, and the hush that rests where two lovers sit together in the dark. Others were gifts she wove from her threads, slender ideas of fate, quiet echoes of remembrance, and the slow hands of forgetting that spare the heart too heavy with day. One evening that was like no other, Nyx set aside a place of calm where small lamps might one day hang. She drew a circle with the tip of her shadow and filled it with 100 pinpricks of light. Each one, a careful decision. Each one a promise. These were not yet the eyes of stars. They were tender embers of intention, placed with the patience of a seamstress stitching a hem. She named none of them aloud, for names had not yet been taught by tongues. But in the language of the dark, each ember spoke to her like a child saying its first word. She listened and tended. When one shivered, she warmed it with a breath. When another flickered with a longing for memory, she wrapped it in a small cloak of dusk. Thus the first lights learned to hold themselves still, to watch over sleep and to remember faces in dreams. There were gentle boundaries to her care. Where night touched, she left space for other things to be. She taught the first green to keep its quiet until it had learned patience. She taught the sea shell to keep its music for the listening. She taught the sleeping mountain to hold its age without worrying. Her lessons were not commands. They were invitations to rest into their nature. Among these early scenes, two small presences began to gather close to Nyx. Two daughters of very different breath. They were not drawn by hunger, but by a sense that she embodied a deep and necessary kindness. One was pale and soft as first light, a figure conceived of returning warmth. She would one day be called Hemera. The other was more intimate, a presence that fit like a shawl across the shoulders of weary things. In later songs they would call her Eos in other tongues. breath's first exhale, but here she was simply the idea of gentle waking. Nyx received them with no triumph, only steady welcome. To her, these daughters were not rivals, but kin, threads in the same tapestry. She taught them how to enter the world without haste, how to pass along their gifts with a hand that did not extinguish what had come before. With a soft nod, she showed how day could rise without stealing away the secret comfort she kept. This was the great art of her care, to braid beginning and ending together so that nothing began in a way that forgot how to rest. Even the sharp edges of novelty became softened when kissed by her patience. New shapes arrived into the world like letters being placed on a page, allowed to sit, to be read slowly, before the rush of telling. In those first nights, the woven companions of Nyx learned the most delicate of tasks, hypnos, a gentle spirit with fingers capable of folding the lids of eyes, came when the world needed his touch. He learned to lay down sleep without haste. When Nero's dream stumbled into being like a small child who found a pond and peered at his own reflection, Dream learned to shape visions with a tenderness that mended more than it startled. Even Thanatos, who wore the quiet cloak of passing, found in Nyx's hearth a patience so soft that his duty seemed less an ending than a benevolent rest. There was no sorrow in these lessons. The dark did not close in with malice. It wrapped itself around the world like a blanket, cradling each shape until it felt whole. Nyx taught forgetting not as loss, but as mercy, the small kindness of letting a painful day dissolve like mist at morning. She taught remembering as a garden tended, where a single rose could be visited anew without being plucked raw. As ages folded upon ages, softly, without fanfare, Nyx's weave grew more intricate. The world's edges acquired a finesse, a courtesy. Mountains learned to bow their weathered heads at dusk so that the stars could arrange themselves. The seas learned to lower their voice at midnight so that sailors might hear the quiet counsel of dreams. Villages learned to dim their lamps, not from fear, but from gratitude. For in the dark they found the space to be themselves in rest. Once, in a hush between two heartbeats, Nyx sat upon a ledge of shadow and pinched a thread of starlight between her fingers. She spun it slowly, and let it fall into the world like a lullaby. It landed upon a plain, and turned the grass there to silver. Creatures that grazed there paused, stretched, and then slept, their breaths a slow chorus. The plain kept that secret, the plain of the first lullaby, and for generations afterwards, traveling poets would find their voices there, but never quite explain the tenderness that softened their words. So the world learned to begin, not as a sharp act of forging, but as a careful placing. It learned to grow, not by conquest, but by taking its time. Nyx's influence was subtle, as a parchment that ages into a map, its ink deepening not by force, but by the patient hand of one who reads it by lamplight. And always, at the center of this calm, she remained. Night herself, older than the names that would be given to her, kinder than the legends that would call her fearsome. Her dominion was not dominion at all, but a stewardship of rest. She bent low, like a mother smoothing the blanket across a sleeping child, and whispered into the dark, "Grow gently, I will watch." In those whispered words was a promise that would long outlast stones and empires, that the world could always find its way back to hush. When the first true dawn rose over the still world, it did so hesitantly, not as a rival, but as a child entering its mother's room, uncertain whether to wake her. The light came pale and soft, brushed faintly with rose and amber. It found the sea first, and then the mountains, and then, at last, the resting form of Nyx, folded among her veils of shadow. She did not stir, for night does not vanish at the coming of day. She only steps aside, her presence woven into the folds of light, her quiet pulse hidden in the rhythm of the hours. Thus it was that Hemera, the day, discovered her mother not absent, but within her. Each beam of sunlight carried a trace of the darkness that came before it, the cool breath that tempered its heat. Even as dawn stretched her fingers across the horizon, the hue of her light was softened by memory, by the lingering grace of night, long before mortals would speak of sunrise and sunset. Nyx and Hemera had already made their covenant. At the threshold of each day, they met, not as opponents, but as partners in a gentle exchange. One yielded, one arrived, and both honored the other with quiet bows of recognition. When Nyx greeted her daughter, she spoke not in words, but through the calm that filled the sky. Hemera, in turn, answered with color. Rose, gold, and faint lavender, all tender shades drawn from her mother's own veil, and together they wove the pattern of time, day into night, night into day, an endless breath. It was in those early exchanges that memory itself was born. For in the still boundary between light and dark, something subtle was kept, the trace of what had just passed. When day rose, it carried with it a faint whisper of night's coolness. When night returned, it brought back the warm scent of sunlight upon stone. Memory began as this small courtesy, the world remembering itself with each turning of the sky. As Nyx withdrew into her western hall, she lingered sometimes at the edge of her daughter's brightness, watching how light touched the sea and made it glimmer. She was not jealous, for light had its place as surely as rest did. Instead, she felt the quiet joy of one who had taught well, the contentment of seeing beauty unfold gently, without harm. The Hall of Nyx was not far from the living world, though mortals would later call it unreachable. It was a place of velvet shadow, its walls breathing faintly with the scent of myrrh and evening rain. Stars drifted along its ceiling, like fireflies at rest. In the still pools upon its floor, reflections of the world above shimmered softly, daylight seen through the memory of night. Here, Nyx tended her work. When mortals closed their eyes, their dreams drifted like petals upon the dark water of her hall. She would lift them, one by one, with fingers of shadow, and weave them gently into the tapestry that hung above her throne. It was a vast fabric, never finished, shimmering with light that came from within, rather than without. Each thread was a memory, not of one life, but of the world itself. The hush of wind across a meadow, the taste of figs in late summer, the laughter of a child before language. All these she caught and preserved in quiet embroidery. She worked in silence, her loom humming softly with the pulse of the earth. It was said that the threads were made not from silk, but from the fine dust of starlight, gathered when the constellations breathed in their sleep. Sometimes, as she wove, she paused to touch one of the shining strands and close her eyes. In that moment, she could hear it, the faint echo of dawn, the murmur of sunlight waking upon the world. And she would smile, knowing that even light could be gentle. There were times when her sons, Hypnos and Thanatos, would visit her hall. Sleep came first, his cloak woven from twilight, his footsteps silent as drifting petals. He bowed before her, and she laid a hand upon his brow. "Go softly," she whispered, "and grant rest to those who are weary." He nodded, his eyes half closed, and vanished like mist. Thanatos lingered longer, quieter still, more solemn, but no less kind. His task was the gentlest of all, to lift what could no longer bear the weight of waking and carry it to peace. Nyx spoke to him not as a ruler to a servant, but as a mother to her thoughtful child. "Remember," she said, "that even endings are lullabies." And he, too, departed into the silence beyond her doors. When they were gone, Nyx turned again to her loom. She wove not only what she saw, but what the world felt. She knew the softness of moss upon stone, the whisper of reeds by water, the cool scent of rain before it fell. She understood longing and comfort, both born of stillness. At times she looked upon her weaving and saw, faintly, her own reflection in its threads. It was not her face that shone there, but her memory, the unending rhythm of night, giving birth to day, and day returning once more to her arms. Far above, cities would rise and fall in the centuries to come. But always, when the light grew tired, the people would lift their eyes to the stars. And there, they would see Nyx's handiwork stretched across the heavens. They would not know her name at first. They would call it the sky, the vault, the dark beyond. But something in them would stir with recognition. a quiet peace that came only when lamps dimmed and silence gathered. In that peace, they would dream, and through their dreams, they would return to her. Thus, in every dawn, Nyx remained, not vanquished, but remembered. Her presence was the soft lining of the morning, the cool stillness before the world stirred to noise, and when Hemera crossed the heavens, she carried within her mother's calm, for every ray of sunlight held a faint trace of shadow, just as every note of laughter carried the memory of silence that had made it possible. So it was, and so it would ever be. Light remembering darkness, and darkness cherishing light. Night, mother of both, watched them endlessly, patient, tranquil, eternal, and in the folds of her starry robe she kept one secret above all others, that the world is never more alive than when it is resting. When the world was still new and soft, Nyx walked unseen among its edges. Her feet left no mark upon the soil, yet every step she took changed the air. A faint coolness followed, the kind that quiets a restless heart. Mortals had not yet named her, but they felt her presence all the same. She was the comfort that drifted through open windows after dusk, the stillness that settled over the sea when the oars fell silent. They called her, without words, the gentleness that lives in darkness. Her shape was always near to human, for in that form she could cradle, soothe, and hold, yet her outline was ever changing, at times cloaked in indigo mist, at others veiled in soft gold, like moonlight behind thin clouds. Her hair flowed endlessly, dark as the well of the heavens, dusted with stars that glimmered and faded with her breath. And her eyes were deep as forgotten wells, holding the slow light of faraway constellations, ancient and kind. When she breathed, shadows stirred, not in fear, but in reverence. The air itself seemed to hum with her passing, a melody made of silence, like the tune of a harp plucked in dreams. Wherever she lingered, rest followed. Beasts who had wandered all day bent their heads and lay down. Rivers slowed their ripples, and the leaves of olive trees folded inward to sleep. Nyx did not rule this quiet. She was it. Her reign was not enforced, but invited, and all things, from mountain to moth, accepted her dominion as one accepts sleep at day's end. Willingly, even gratefully. When the world first began to form songs, low, wordless hums shaped by wind and water, Nyx listened. She found that every melody, no matter how bright, contained a pause, a moment of stillness between notes. She smiled then, for she saw herself in that silence. Without me, she whispered, music would not breathe. It became her joy to linger within such pauses, to give space between thoughts, between actions, between heartbeats. In every silence, her presence lived. There were others who walked the night, deities of wind and moon, of sleep and dream, yet all deferred to her, for she was not merely of the night. She was the night itself, its pulse and its peace. One evening, when Hemera's last light had folded behind the mountains and the stars had begun their patient bloom, Nyx descended from her hall to walk among the world once more. The land lay quiet, still damp with dew, and the air carried the scent of earth freshly cooled from the sun's long watch. She passed through a meadow where flowers closed their petals for sleep. Kneeling, she touched one softly, beneath her fingers. The blossom sighed, and a faint shimmer passed through its veins, the gentle promise that it would wake again when morning came. Sleep, little one, she murmured. All that rests shall rise renewed. Her voice was neither loud nor low, but perfectly measured, carrying through the dark like a blessing. In distant valleys, shepherds felt it and drew their cloaks tighter, comforted without knowing why. Infants stilled their crying, lulled by her unseen touch. Onward, she walked until she came to the edge of the sea. There, the waves stretched themselves like silver ribbons under her gaze. The surface trembled with starlight. Her own reflection multiplied 1,000-fold. She stood at the shore for a long while, letting the foam gather around her feet. Her shadow stretched far across the water, a path of night leading into endless calm. It was said that when Nyx wished to think deeply, she looked into the sea. For the sea, like her, knew the art of stillness. Both held the secrets of depth and reflection. Bending slightly, she dipped her hand into the water. The sea hushed, as though listening. In her palm, droplets shimmered, each carrying the faint glint of a star. She blew upon them softly, and they scattered like dust upon the tide. Where they fell, the surface rippled into new constellations. The first map of the heavens mirrored upon the ocean's face. "Let the sailors of ages to come," she whispered, "find their way by these little lamps of mine." Her voice carried far, curling through the salt air, threading through the dark like a lullaby for worlds not yet born. Behind her, the land breathed steadily. The pulse of crickets, the hush of reeds. The great wheel of stars turned slowly overhead, patient and eternal. In this vast peace, Nyx drew her veil close, and sat upon a low stone at the water's edge. There, she began to spin. Not wool or silk, but shadow. Between her fingers, darkness became tangible, smooth and pliant. She spun it into fine threads, twisting them gently with the light she had gathered from the sea. The result was a fabric unlike any other, neither wholly dark nor bright, but balanced, shimmering with a life of its own. This was the cloth of twilight, and with it she adorned the horizon each evening. It was soft enough to comfort every creature that feared the end of day, reminding them that the sun's departure was never loss, only rest. Her work done, she rested her chin upon her hand, and watched the line where sea met sky blur into mist. Her thoughts wandered through centuries unborn, through generations of dreamers who would gaze upward and name her realm with words of awe. Some would call her mysterious, others dreadful. Yet she knew that, in the hearts of those who truly listened, the poets, the lovers, the weary, she would always be a gentle friend. As the first faint light of morning touched the farthest rim of the world, Nyx rose. She gathered her veil, now gleaming faintly with the color of seafoam, and whispered toward the east, "Come, my daughter. The world awaits your warmth." Hemera stirred beyond the horizon. Light gathered like dew upon her hands, and Nyx, smiling softly, stepped backward into her own shadow, her form fading into the calm. Before she vanished, she turned once more to the sea. "Remember," she said, "I am never gone. Even in light, you will find me. In shade, in quiet, in every closing of the eye." Then she was gone, leaving behind only the glimmering curve of her twilight cloth, spread gently across the waking world. The evening descended as though poured from a chalice of indigo glass. It flowed quietly, cool and slow, until every hollow of the world was filled with night. Above, the sky waited, empty still, unadorned, a vast gentle canvas. Nyx rose from her hall of shadow and stood upon the threshold between earth and air. The long folds of her gown trailed like mist behind her, stirring the dust of starlight that gathered wherever she walked. The air held a faint perfume, jasmine, myrrh, and rain not yet fallen. All around her, silence deepened. Eager to hear what she would do next, she lifted her hands. From her fingers, thin as moonlit reeds, threads of light, uncoiled, silver and faintly blue, trembling with the smallest hum of life. She caught them, one by one, with the care of a seamstress drawing silk from its cocoon. These were the first lights, the little lamps of the heavens, born not from flame but from remembrance. Now, she gathered them again, not for herself, but for the world, so that every traveler and dreamer might never lose their way in the dark. She spoke to the shadows, her voice low and resonant, softer than water against stone. "Come, my children, the hour is still. Let us adorn the night." From the edges of the unseen came her companions, the quiet shapes that lived within her folds. Aether, the bright breath of the upper sky, moved like pale smoke around her, carrying in his hands the faint shimmer of distant flame. Behind him came Erebus. Nyx smiled at them both. "The world is vast now," she said. It should not sleep in darkness without light to dream by. Erebus inclined his head, his tone as deep as a mountain's heart. And what form shall this light take? Sister of silence. Nyx turned her gaze upward. Small ones, she said. Gentle ones, each with its own memory. No fire, no thunder, only calm. Eternal watchfulness. She stretched her arms wide, and the threads in her hands trembled. Waiting, slowly, carefully, she began to place them in the sky. The first she set in the east, where night was youngest. It shone with a pale, wondering gleam. You shall be the herald, she whispered. When the day fades, you will rise first to assure the world that darkness is not absence, but promise. She moved westward then, scattering the rest like petals caught in the wind. Each thread found its place and burned softly where it landed. Kind and still, soon the sky began to shimmer. Not with blinding brilliance, but with a quiet pulse. Like the breath of someone sleeping, they were the stars. Erebus watched, silent in his awe. You have given form to stillness, he said. It moves, yet it rests. It burns, yet it soothes. Nyx smiled faintly. They are lamps for those who travel the shadowed paths. Let them never be lonely. She stepped back to look upon her work. The heavens had become a garden, a meadow strewn with soft fire, each spark a living hymn to calm. The constellations were not yet named, but even then, their stories were forming. Curling quietly through her thoughts, like unspoken poetry. There would be a lyre, for music's rest between notes. There would be a hunter, to remind the night of purpose. A swan, to glide forever on the dark smooth lake. A maiden with her ear to the earth, listening for dreams. Each light was placed not at random, but in rhythm, following the heartbeat of creation itself. When the pattern was complete, Nyx lowered her hands, and silence fell, deeper than before, yet filled with soft trembling wonder. Aether drifted close. You have given the night 1,000 eyes, he murmured. Eyes to watch, Nyx said, and never to judge, for she knew that the stars were not keepers of fate, nor watchers of sin. They were witnesses, gentle and eternal, to all that passed beneath them. Their task was not to command, but to remember. And so they watched. The quiet lovers by the sea, the shepherds in their fields, the poets writing by oil. Light. Each soul who looked upward felt a presence greater than fear, softer than hope. In that gaze, they found peace. When Nyx saw this, she felt the calmest joy. Let them rest beneath your watch, she told her children of light. And when they dream, let their hearts return to me. As she turned to go, she drew her veil across the sky. The stars did not dim, but softened, glowing through its folds like lanterns seen through gauze. In her wake, she left the faint shimmer of frost and the fragrance of night. Blooming flowers. Even Erebus, who had never been moved by beauty, lowered his head in reverence. The sky was no longer empty. It had become a sanctuary. Beneath that sanctuary, the world sighed, and all living things drifted into deeper rest. And from far away, across the calm sea, a poet stirred in his sleep and murmured lines he would one day forget upon waking. The night has hands of silk and stars for candles. She passes, and all hearts are mended. Nyx heard, though he did not know it. She paused for a moment, smiling, then stepped once more into the soft folds of her hall. The stars trembled faintly, as if in gratitude, and held their light steady until dawn. The new, made stars trembled gently in the high vault, like dew upon an unseen web. Their small flames were tender still, each one uncertain of its light. And so, Nyx, the patient mother, stayed beside them a while longer, to teach them the art of stillness. She moved among them slowly, her form vast yet graceful, her dark veil brushing against their delicate glow. Wherever the cloth passed, the stars steadied, their flicker turning to calm flame. The air around her shimmered faintly, cool and weightless, as though even the heavens held their breath. To mortal eyes, had any yet existed, she would have seemed infinite. yet gentle as moonlight upon a window pane. Her voice, when she spoke, was scarcely louder than the rustle of wind through cypress trees. Be not restless, my little lamps. The night has no need for haste. Your task is not to blaze, but to endure. The stars listened, their small fires humming softly in answer. She smiled and touched the nearest one with a fingertip of shadow. It rang faintly, a note too deep for any ear, but the whole sky seemed to glow a little warmer. Each star, she knew, was born from the dust of some thought, a fragment of wonder breathed out by the early world. Some carried the echo of water, others the scent of stone or wind. Together, they formed a silent chorus, a vast harmony that would one day cradle the songs of humankind. Still, they were fragile, as new dreams often are. So Nyx began to weave around them, thin filaments of light drawn from the edges of her veil. The threads stretched from one star to another, crossing and curling in slow, deliberate lines. She wove patiently, as one might braid a child's hair, until the heavens were a tapestry of connection. Stars joined by quiet silver lines, each supporting the other's glow. It was the first constellation, not of heroes or beasts, but of unity. Where the threads met, the sky glimmered, faintly blue, and the air there grew cool and pure. The night was no longer empty space. It was living fabric, a sanctuary that held its own peace. When her weaving was done, Nyx stepped back to see it whole. The stars gleamed softly, the threads between them invisible to all but her. She exhaled once, and a breath of silver frost drifted through the air, settling over her work. Let this coolness remain, she said, for calm belongs to the cold, as heat belongs to the day. In the chill, the world will remember how to be still. And so, wherever night fell, the air turned gently crisp, not cruel, not biting, but clear. It was the breath of Nyx herself, moving through leaves. Far below, the sea lifted and sighed. Its surface mirrored her new heavens, the stars trembling upon its skin like pearls scattered across silk. The waves whispered to one another, repeating her lullaby. Endure, endure, shine gently, and endure. The first winds, born of this coolness, wandered over mountains and through unseen valleys. They carried the scent of frost, of myrtle, of faraway snow. Creatures that roamed the earth felt it and grew calm. Even the newborn rivers slowed their haste, gathering under her influence like children at rest. Nyx lingered, watching all these things unfold. Her heart was vast, yet unburdened, for she asked nothing of her creations, except that they remain. From the far edge of the night, a soft voice spoke, the faint shimmer of Aether, who had returned to marvel at her work. Sister, he said, your stars endure, because you have given them your patience. But who shall tend them when you go? Nyx turned her gaze upon him, her eyes deep as the sea's floor. They shall tend themselves, she answered, for they have learned my rhythm. Even when I sleep, my breath shall pass among them. They will listen, and they will remember. Then, lifting her veil slightly, she revealed beneath it a cluster of new lights, small, faint, and yet filled with a tender promise. These are the Watchers, she said, the slow stars, the guardians of the others. They will rise only when the world is at its quietest, at the edge of dawn and the brink of dream. In their watch, they will teach patience to all below. She placed them low in the horizon, where earth and sky almost met. They shone faintly, the morning and evening stars, twins of calm light. Their glow touched the sea, and the waters shimmered with quiet gratitude. For the first time since creation began, the world had found its rhythm of rest. Light without glare, motion without hurry, warmth within coolness. Nyx folded her hands and watched the sky. It pleased her, this balance. The constellations breathed in their places like living things. The air hummed faintly with peace. Now, she said softly, you may dream. At that, every star brightened just slightly, as though they understood. Then they fell still again, holding their vigil in silence. From below, the earth looked up and saw 1,000 tiny suns, but none too harsh to bear. They shimmered in kind agreement with one another, their light rippling like quiet laughter. In the centuries that would come, mortals would chart these stars, name them, build their stories upon them. But Nyx's true intention was simpler. She gave the world a map not for direction, but for rest. To look upon the stars was to feel her presence, to remember that darkness could cradle beauty. And when at last her work was finished, Nyx drew her veil close once more. She looked down upon the sleeping earth, the still sea, the tender cold that had settled upon all things, and whispered a benediction that the night itself would remember forever. Sleep, my world. The lamps are lit. Then she turned, her figure fading into shadow, and the heavens sighed as she passed. The stars held steady, silver and serene, their threads of light woven firmly into the quiet fabric of eternity. When the stars had learned to shine without trembling, the heavens found their breath. Night spread evenly across the world, neither heavy nor empty. It was a vast room filled with stillness, and within that stillness, each little lamp began to dream its own small dream. Nyx watched from her hall beyond the western horizon, her chin resting upon one hand, the other weaving idly through the air. Each motion of her fingers sent a current of darkness rolling through the sky, gentle, rhythmic, like the slow pulse of the tide. The stars swayed to it, the whole dome above the sleeping earth, moving as one great heartbeat. They had learned to shine. Now they would learn to listen. Every creature below you, she said, her voice like the far whisper of wind through reeds, has a story. The leaves speak, the waters murmur, and the hearts of mortals beat with quiet longing. You are their witnesses. Hear them, and remember. At her words, the constellations stirred. Those near the horizon bent slightly toward the world, their faint light falling upon the mountains and rivers beneath. Others turned their faces toward the east, where dawn would one day come, and waited. One by one, Nyx showed them their tasks. To a cluster of 7 she said, "You shall keep the travelers. Your pattern will guide their ships upon the sea. When the world grows restless, they will look to you, and your steadiness will calm their hearts." These became the 7 lamps, the forerunners of the Pleiades. To another bright gathering she whispered, "You will stand above the fields, to remind the farmer that each season turns in its time. Shine soft upon the seed, and dim yourselves when it is harvest, so that the earth may sleep." Those lights would later be named boots, though they knew themselves only as caretakers of rhythm. And to a single distant spark, pale and solitary, she said, "You shall wander, but never be lost. Move slowly, that all who gaze upon you may remember that even the lonely have their paths." That light nodded, and began its endless, patient journey across the sky. The constellations obeyed her not from fear, but from love, for she had taught them what it meant to serve through peace. No star sought to outshine another. Each found joy in its own quiet purpose. Time passed, though time had not yet learned its name. Beneath the watch of these lights, the first forests deepened, and seas learned the art of reflection. When clouds gathered, the stars hid themselves modestly, knowing that even absence has its role. Nyx often walked among them, her gown trailing through the firmament like smoke from a still lamp. She would pause beside one or another and listen to the murmurs they had gathered. Some told of winds traveling over distant hills. Others spoke of new rivers finding their beds. And, though no mortals yet lived, the stars already held within them the tender premonition of human voices to come. From their whispers, she learned what the world needed. Where the earth was restless, she placed calm. Where the seas were wild, she sent the silver cool of moonlight. She wove the heavens not as a ruler crafting order, but as a mother making certain her children slept soundly. In time, she taught the constellations another gift. To dim, even light must rest. She said, "You must learn to fade without fear. In your absence, others will dream." At her command, A third of the stars softened their glow until they vanished into the greater dark. Yet their warmth remained, unseen but felt. The remaining lights shone more gently, their brilliance balanced by silence. This rhythm of brightening and fading became the heartbeat of night, the slow, unseen breathing of the sky. To mark the pattern, Nyx drew her hand across the firmament in a sweeping curve, and a faint mist of light followed her touch. It was not one star, nor many, but a river of them. A pale, endless stream flowing from horizon to horizon. "This," she said softly, "is the memory of all that has been. A path for dreams, and a resting place for souls between sleep and waking." The stars shimmered in awe, where her hand had passed. The air shimmered silver and blue. A soft road through eternity. Mortals would one day call it the Milky Way, but Nyx called it the Quiet Road. It was the place where dreams gathered before descending to the earth, where the voices of sleepers rose and mingled in song. Satisfied, Nyx drew back and folded her arms, her eyes glimmering with contentment. "Now," she said, "you are complete. You are not only light, but listening, and in your stillness, the world shall find peace." A long pause followed. Deep, serene, unbroken, the stars rested in their places, each breathing faintly, each humming with the same wordless melody. Far below, the earth slept soundly. The wind brushed through valleys, carrying the soft chill of high places. Somewhere, an unseen wave broke upon an unseen shore, its whisper rising to join the quiet chorus of the heavens. Nyx closed her eyes. She heard all of it at once, the pulse of the sea, the murmur of air, the soft glow of her stars. It was music, but not the kind that woke. It was the harmony that brings all things to rest. Her work for the night was done. She turned slowly toward the west, her silhouette dissolving into the sky she had made. The constellations shone after her, proud in their stillness, each holding a piece of her grace. Before she vanished into her hall, she whispered one last blessing that drifted across the sky and down through the cooling air. "Hold your peace, my lamps of silver. Listen, well, and do not fear the dawn, for even when the light returns, my quiet shall remain." The stars heard and understood. Their glow softened into perfect calm, and the night sank deeper into itself. And thus, under the watch of Nyx's patient gaze, the constellations began their endless work, keeping silence, keeping memory, keeping peace. When the first ages of light and shadow had learned to share the heavens, Nyx moved once more among her quiet children. The stars no longer trembled. Their slow pulse lit the dark with a steadiness that could be felt more than seen, like a heartbeat beneath the skin of the world. From her western hall she rose, wrapped in a robe the color of deep water. Its hem shimmered faintly with every footstep, stirring long curtains of blue dusk behind her. She crossed the threshold of her realm and entered the high air where the constellations hung. Suspended in patient order, they bowed to her as she passed. Each lowered its light a fraction, the way a lamp might bend its flame to honor the hand that kindled it. Nyx smiled, and with her smile the night widened, growing more luminous at its edges. "My dear ones," she said, "the world below has begun to breathe in time with you. The sea swells with your rhythm. The leaves rest when you pause. Yet you must learn one thing more: the art of turning." She raised her right hand. A gentle wind stirred, not of air, but of direction itself. The sky began to move, ever so slightly, the stars drifting along invisible paths drawn by her fingertips. "This is the great motion," she told them. "To remain still is beautiful, but to move together, that is harmony." Slowly, she began to guide them, tracing broad circles across the heavens. The constellations followed, gliding in stately procession around a point far to the north. The movement was silent, graceful, and continuous. Day and night would henceforth follow this dance. An endless turning, a slow wheel upon which the seasons would ride. Nyx set her hands upon the poles of the world. One shadowed, one bright, Between them she stretched her long veil until it touched the edge of the dawn. "Here," she murmured, "is the balance of the heavens. Here the day begins, and here it will end. Between the two, I shall keep the watch." Her veil shimmered. The stars beneath it brightened in unison, their light flowing through the fabric like water through silk. From afar, it seemed that the night itself was alive, breathing softly in and out. It was the first rhythm of time. When her work was done, Nyx sat upon a great curve of air. Her throne was nothing more than a resting of stillness, and looked down upon the turning world. The oceans glinted faintly with her reflection. The hills lay folded like sleeping beasts, the rivers curled in silver loops. She watched them all with a fondness that had no end. Now and then, a star would grow restless and wander from its appointed place. Nyx would extend one slender hand and draw it back into the pattern. "Patience," she would whisper. "Even light must learn to wait." And the little star would settle again, its glow deepening in contentment. Beneath her watch, the night creatures woke. Owls drifted through the quiet air, their wings brushing the coolness she left behind. Foxes moved through the underbrush, silent as her own steps. The world, wrapped in her darkness, learned the art of gentleness. Sometimes she sang, not with words, but with the vibration of her being. The sound rolled through the heavens like a tide. It reached the earth as the murmur of waves, the soft rustling of trees, the sigh that passes through a sleeping village. In that sound, every creature found rest. To her, even dawn was not an ending, but part of her tending. As the edge of the sky began to pale, Nyx gathered her shadows carefully, folding them into her sleeves. "Rest now, my lights," she said. "The day must have its turn." The stars dimmed obediently, their glow retreating until they became faint memories in the brightening sky. Yet they did not vanish entirely, for in the depths of blue, they still watched, patient and unseen. Before she left, Nyx looked once more at the firmament. Now vast and orderly, its movements precise and tranquil. The slow wheel of the heavens turned without strain. Every star knew its course. She felt a quiet satisfaction. Not pride, but fulfillment. Like the steady beat of a heart knowing its purpose. In the distance, Hemera stirred beyond the mountains. The rim of the world grew gold. Nyx rose from her seat and lifted her arms, drawing her veil across her shoulders. The last stars clung to it like beads of dew before slipping away. Her voice drifted over the fading dark. "Remember me in your brightness, my daughter, for light and shadow are the same breath. When you tire, I will return to tend the lamps once more." Then she stepped back toward her western gate. The veil of dawn closed gently behind her, and the world was filled with light. Yet even as the sun climbed and the sky brightened, something of her calm remained. In the coolness of morning shade, in the hush before the first birds sang, in the lingering scent of dew, the presence of Nyx could still be felt, quiet, patient, eternal. And above, though hidden by day, the stars kept turning in their graceful dance, each movement a prayer to the one who had set them in motion. When the stars had learned their rhythm and the world its rest, Nyx turned her gaze inward, to the quiet corners of her own heart, where softer presences waited. Among all her children, none was dearer to her than Hypnos, the spirit of sleep. He was born not of pain, but of mercy. A thought breathed into being when the first mortals grew weary of their long bright hours. For even the light, she saw, could tire those who lived beneath it. The eyes that gazed upon the sun needed their refuge. The heart that labored through the day required release. So, from the still air of her hall, she shaped a being of calm. His body was woven from the folds of dusk. His breath scented faintly of poppy and river mist. Where he walked, the air cooled and the world fell hushed. When Nyx looked upon him for the first time, she smiled, and her words came like a lullaby whispered to the earth itself. "Sleep, my child. You shall be the balm of all that wakes. The world will know you by silence and gratitude." Hypnos bowed his head, his golden curls dimmed by shadow, his eyes half-lidded and soft with perpetual peace. In his hands, he carried no weapon, no scepter, only a single branch of black poppy, heavy with bloom. "Mother," he said quietly, "shall I rule or shall I serve? You shall soothe." She answered, "For rest is neither rule nor service. It is love." And so, she led him to the edge of her realm, where the veil of night brushed gently against the waking world. There she parted the darkness with her hands, revealing the sleeping valleys and the murmuring seas below. "Go softly," she whispered. "Do not command the living. Invite them. Touch their eyes with cool fingers. Draw the weight from their thoughts, and guide them to dream. The stars will watch you as you work." Hypnos descended as mist upon the mountains. Wherever he passed, stillness followed, the shepherd resting against his staff, the child curled upon straw, the sailor watching the stars. All felt his quiet touch. They sighed once, as though surrendering a burden, and drifted into rest. In that first night of his wandering, Nyx followed unseen. She walked behind him through fields silvered by starlight, watching how tenderly he worked. To each soul he brought a dream, suited to their need: a meadow for the weary, a soft voice for the lonely, a calm sea for those who feared the storm. When he returned at dawn, the world glowed faintly with gratitude. The air was fresher, the hearts of living things untroubled. Nyx greeted him at the threshold of her hall and placed a hand upon his shoulder. "You have done well," she said, "but you must never linger too long. Even rest must have measure, lest it become forgetfulness." Hypnos nodded, his voice a sigh. "Then I will dwell where all things pause, between waking and dream. There, none will fear me." And so he made his home, not in the dark caverns of death, nor in the open air of day, but in a twilight valley hidden between the mountains of night. Streams of silver ran there, carrying the faint murmurs of dreams yet unborn. The air shimmered with the fragrance of sleep, soft, warm, and endless. Nyx herself visited often. She would sit beside the river, her feet in the cool current, and watch as her son moved through his work. Sometimes he came to her, bearing the dreams he had gathered, each one a little sphere of dim light, glowing with images of joy, memory, and comfort. He would place them in her hands, and she would weave them into the fabric of the heavens, where they would shine faintly as stars of their own kind. One night, as she worked, Hypnos spoke. "Mother, they fear the darkness no longer. When I come, they welcome me." Nyx's gaze softened. "It is because you remind them that darkness is not ending. But pause. In you, they meet the gentlest truth, that all must rest, and in rest, be renewed." For a while, they sat together in silence, listening to the quiet river. The sound of it was like breathing, or the pulse of a sleeping heart. Then Nyx turned her eyes upon her son once more. "Remember, my Hypnos, that you must walk before your brother, but never with him. When you pass, you bring renewal. When he passes, he brings release. You are alike, yet different." Hypnos inclined his head. "I will remember." He looked toward the east, where dawn was beginning its slow ascent, and a faint sigh escaped his lips. "The day calls," he murmured. "It is time to leave." Nyx rose with him and laid her veil upon his shoulders. "Carry this," she said, "so that even in day, a hint of my coolness may linger behind you. The world will need it when the sun grows weary." He bowed once, pressed his forehead to her hand, and faded into the folds of morning mist. Nyx watched him go. Her heart was both full and calm, for she knew that through him, her presence would never leave the waking world entirely. Even under the brightest noonday, the promise of sleep would travel, soft as a whispered reminder that peace awaited when the day was done. When she returned to her hall, she found his footprints in the dew, each one a small shimmer of silver, fading even as she looked. She smiled. "So begins the gentlest of my works," she said, "the one that teaches even light to rest." The night deepened again behind her, and the stars, sensing their mother's peace, glowed faintly brighter. And far below, in every corner of the slumbering earth, the hands of Hypnos continued their patient labor, closing eyes, easing hearts, and filling dreams with quiet beauty. Beyond the Valley of Dreams, where Hypnos kept his quiet house, another presence stirred slower, deeper, older in the bones of time. He was Moros, the spirit of fate, not the harsh destiny men would one day fear, but the patient unfolding of what must be, the gentle current that carries all rivers to the sea. He was born in silence, in the pause between Nyx's thoughts. As she had given the world the gift of rest through Hypnos, so she gave it balance through Moros. For nothing that lives may wander forever without direction. Even the wind must one day find a shore. When he first came to her, he came quietly, a tall figure draped in dusk, his eyes deep as wells that had seen every reflection of the world. He bowed to her, and the shadows at his feet rippled like water. "Mother," he said, "the stars turn, the sleepers dream, and all things move in rhythm. Yet every rhythm seeks its close. What would you have me do?" Nyx regarded him tenderly. "You will not end what is," she said. "You will remind it how to return." He frowned, as though trying to understand a mystery that had no shape. "Return," she nodded. "To the place from which all began, to stillness, to peace. Not all endings are sorrow, my son. Some are the breath before another beginning." Moros lifted his gaze to the turning sky. The stars moved slowly there, serene and bright. "Then my hand shall be gentle," he said. "Gentler than time," she replied. And so he set out into the night. His footsteps made no sound. Yet where he passed, the air thickened slightly, as if aware that something quiet, but inevitable had entered it. He did not hasten. His work was patient. Where Hypnos soothed the world into rest each evening, Moros waited within that rest. The faint awareness that all sleep leads somewhere, that every path, however meandering, carries the traveler home. He walked first among the stars, touching their edges lightly. "You shall fade in your turn," he told them, "but not in sorrow. When your light dims, another will rise." The stars did not fear him. They knew that dimming was as holy as shining. Then he moved down to the world, where rivers murmured and forests whispered in their sleep. He bent over the streams and spoke softly. "Flow where you must. Do not fight the curve. The sea awaits, and it is vast enough to hold you." The water brightened under his hand, and its sound grew more peaceful. "Among the trees," he said, "grow high, but remember the ground that bears you. When your leaves fall, they will feed what comes after." And the trees answered with a soft rustle of acceptance. He came even to the hearts of mortals, those early wanderers who feared the unknown. He touched their brows in secret, and the fear loosened. Not because they understood, but because they felt a quiet trust, that whatever came would come with grace. When he returned to Nyx, she was sitting upon the steps of her hall, watching the constellations drift through the high air. She looked up as he approached. "You have walked far," she said. "I have," he replied, lowering himself beside her. "And I have learned that all things move toward rest, just as you said. Yet the world still trembles when I pass. They do not know my name, but they sense me, and it stirs unease." Nyx laid her hand upon his. "That unease," she murmured, "is the edge of understanding. To know that nothing lasts forever is to begin to cherish. You are not a herald of sorrow, my son. You are a teacher of value." Moros bowed his head. The star's reflection shimmered in his dark eyes. "They will curse me one day," he said quietly. "When their hopes falter." "Perhaps," said Nyx. "But in their quiet hours, they will also thank you. For you remind them that time is a gift, precisely because it passes." For a long while, they sat together, saying nothing. The air was cool, filled with the faint scent of cedar and riverstone. Around them, the night pulsed with quiet certainty, the knowledge that every ending was, in truth, another face of peace. At last, Nyx spoke again. "You and your brother serve the same song. Hypnos teaches the world to pause. You teach it to yield. When all has learned your lesson, the night itself shall rest." Moros looked up at her and smiled faintly. The first and last smile of fate. Then I will walk softly, mother, he said, and let the world come to me as it will. She leaned close, kissed his brow and whispered, so let it be. Walk among them without shadow, and when they sigh at the end of things, let them feel my arms around them. And Moros rose, disappearing once more into the turning dark, a figure of calm inevitability, a gentle presence guiding all things home. The stars shimmered a little brighter as he went. Even Hypnos, in his valley of dreams, felt the touch of his brother's quiet wisdom and smiled in his sleep. Nyx watched them both from her high place, her heart a mirror of the universe, vast, tranquil, and full of mercy. The night deepened, the wheel of heaven turned, and somewhere beneath her a leaf fell to the earth without sound, completing its small, perfect circle. Beneath the same stars that Hypnos lulled and Moros guided, another presence moved through the folds of night. Quieter still, slower even than thought. He was Thanatos, the spirit of peaceful ending, the gentlest hand of all Nyx's children. He was not born with the noise of creation, nor with the brightness of flame. He came forth as a sigh, when the first leaf fell from the first tree and lay upon the earth untroubled. Nyx felt that sigh, heard it echo through her own stillness, and from it she shaped a companion for sleep and fate, one who would carry rest into its final form. She wove his cloak from the dusk that gathers before dawn, soft and without weight. She gave him no crown, no sword, no cold iron. His only adornment was silence. When he first stood before her, his gaze was calm, unblinking, filled with understanding. Mother, he said, his voice low as distant rain, why have you made me? Nyx answered with her gentle truth, because there must be one who brings completion without sorrow. The world must learn that rest is not loss. Thanatos inclined his head. Will they fear me? They will, she said, until they see you as I do, a comfort that waits beyond weariness. You are the pause that follows the last note of a song, the stillness that perfects its beauty. He folded his cloak around himself and bowed. Then I will move as softly as shadow on water. And so he did. Where Hypnos closed eyes in sleep, Thanatos closed them in peace. Where Moros turned the wheel of destiny, Thanatos brought the wheel to rest. His coming was never cruel. It was simply inevitable, and in its inevitability, kind. He walked beneath the moonlight through quiet fields and empty courtyards, his footsteps light upon the earth. When he passed, the grasses bowed as though in greeting. The stars above seemed to dim their brightness out of respect, and the air grew tender with his passing. The creatures of night, the owl, the fox, the soft-winged bat, did not flee from him. They felt the stillness in his presence, and were soothed by it. Even the restless winds fell calm where he went. It is said that once, as he walked by the river that leads into shadow, he saw a flower bent beneath its own bloom, petals trembling with the weight of dew. He knelt beside it and cupped its stem between two fingers. Sleep now, he whispered. You have done enough. The petals closed without pain, and the flower's fragrance lingered sweetly in the air. Nyx saw this from her distant hall and smiled. He understands, she murmured. He makes of ending a kindness. Yet the world was young, and not all understood him so. Some shivered when he passed, not because of what he was, but because he reminded them that all beauty must return to stillness. But Nyx, patient as ever, let them learn in time that his hand was the gentlest of all hands. One night, Thanatos returned to her hall, the folds of his cloak faintly silvered by the light of stars. He knelt before his mother, his expression serene. Mother, he said, I have walked the edges of your realm. I have touched every shore. Wherever I go, I bring quiet. Yet many still cling to their waking. How shall I teach them peace? Nyx rose from her throne, her robe of night flowing like water. She reached out, resting her palm against his cheek. You must not teach, she said softly. Only be. The river does not persuade the stone to yield. It simply wears it smooth in time. So must you. When they are ready, They will see in you not ending, but release. He closed his eyes under her touch, and for a moment even the stars seemed to hold their breath. Then I will wait, he said. That, Nyx whispered, is your greatest gift. For waiting was the heart of mercy, and mercy the heart of peace. She led him to the balcony that overlooked the world. Below, night spread over the earth in soft layers of mist and silver. Look, she said. There are thousands sleeping now, each held by your brother's hand. When their time comes to rest beyond dreams, you will be there not to take, but to guide. Thanatos gazed upon them all and felt the weight of love rather than burden. I will carry them gently, he said, and lay them down in the place where even sorrow sleeps. And Nyx, proud and calm, replied, then you will do what no other can. You will make peace eternal. Together they stood there until dawn began to breathe its faintest color upon the horizon. When the first pale rose of light appeared, Thanatos bowed low and drew his cloak tighter around him. Go, my son, Nyx said. The world will not see you, but it will feel your kindness. Walk without fear. He turned and vanished into the paling dark, his shadow fading like a closing sigh. The dew upon the grass shimmered once more and was still. Nyx remained a while, watching the curve of the earth below. In her heart, she felt the balance complete: sleep, fate, and peace. Each a note in the music she had made. She lifted her gaze to the stars and whispered, now the world may rest without fear, for even its endings are my children. The heavens answered with a shimmer that rippled from east to west, a soft silver wave of gratitude. The night seemed to breathe again, lighter now, its work perfectly done. And when the morning came, its light carried the faintest trace of her perfume, cedar and rain. The promise that when day's toil was done, her calm would return, bringing not dread, but comfort. Far beneath the turning stars, where shadow folds upon itself and the air hums like a heartbeat, there flows a river unseen by waking eyes. It is not of water, nor of mist, but of thought, the gentle current of all things imagined, drifting softly between the worlds of sleep and dawn. This is the river of dreams, and it runs through the heart of Nyx's realm. Its banks are made of starlight and dark moss. Its surface shines faintly, as if lit from beneath by 1,000 sleeping minds. The sound it makes is not of running water, but of sighs, the breathing of those at rest. Nyx often walks beside it, her feet leaving no mark upon its shore. There, her other children gather, Wunaroi, the spirits of dreams, countless and varied as the clouds. They are tender, restless beings, clothed in veils that shimmer like candle smoke. Some drift upon the air, some glide just beneath the surface of the river, and some rest upon its banks, shaping visions with patient fingers. When they see her approach, they rise and bow, their forms rippling like the reflections of stars. Mother, they murmur, their voices many and soft. The sleepers call, what shall we bring them tonight? And Nyx, with her calm that holds the weight of all things, answers in her unhurried tone, bring them comfort, bring them gentle remembrance. No fear, no fevered light, only the kind of wonder that soothes. The Wunaroi nod, their faces shining faintly with purpose, and scatter like petals upon the air. Some take the form of drifting mist and enter the homes of mortals. Others descend into the seas to visit the creatures that slumber beneath waves. A few travel into the minds of mountains, for even the stones dream, though their thoughts are slow as centuries. Nyx walks beside the river as it carries these visions outward. Its current hums softly, 1,000 dreams whispering at once, weaving through one another without ever colliding. She pauses beside a pool, where the current slows, and gazes upon its mirror. In it she sees all the dreaming world. Shepherds lying beneath her stars, mothers with their infants breathing quietly beside them, wanderers beneath canvas awnings, the smallest insects folded into the petals of night, blooming flowers. To each she sends her blessing. A hush of thought that ripples outward, felt though unseen. The dreams that flow from her are not all of joy. Some carry the shadows that teach gentleness. A dream of longing, softly held, reminds the heart how to love. A dream of loss, mild as mist, shows the soul the shape of care. Even these, Nyx tends with the same patient grace, for she knows that rest without depth is fleeting. Among the Wanaroi, there are 3 elder dream spirits who serve as keepers of the river. Morpheus, who shapes visions in the likeness of those beloved. Phobetter, who transforms fear into soft symbols, taming it through beauty. And Phantasos, who makes worlds of wonder from nothing at all. They come now to stand before her, their forms glimmering like pale smoke touched by moonlight. "Mother," says Morpheus, bowing low, "the mortals dream deeply tonight. They see the fields and the seas and the faces they have missed." Phobetter adds, his voice like the rustle of silk, "Even their fears are gentle now. The lion and the storm have laid down beside them." And Phantasos, smiling faintly, spreads his hands to show the shimmering shapes that hover there. Forests of glass, rivers that sing, skies filled with silent doves. They wander in places they will never find when waking. He says, yet when they rise, they remember peace. Nyx's eyes soften. "Then my work continues through you," she replies. "Keep the dreams balanced. For joy without stillness becomes fever, and sorrow without light becomes despair. Let every dream begin in rest and end in gratitude." The 3 bow and return to their labor, each carrying her words like the steady glow of a lantern. For a time, she stands alone beside the river, watching its current drift toward the far horizon, where all dreams dissolve into morning. The mist there glows faintly gold, a promise of dawn, still distant but inevitable. She kneels and dips her hand into the cool stream. The ripples spread outward, carrying with them the faintest pulse of her own memory. The first night, the first star, the first quiet breath of the world. The river brightens where her touch passes, and in that moment, every sleeper feels something they cannot name. A soft reassurance, like a hand upon the brow, telling them that they are safe. As she rises, the breeze gathers the perfume of myrrh and night, blooming jasmine from her robes. The fragrance drifts down into the mortal world, mingling with the scent of gardens, filling rooms with calm. Above her, the constellations wheel in their eternal rhythm. The stars gleam faintly through the mist, watching as their mother tends the river that feeds their light. Soon, the first blush of dawn begins to shimmer upon the horizon. The Wanaroi return one by one, their forms fading as the light strengthens. They bow once more before Nyx. The river itself begins to thin, its silver current dissolving into air. Yet even as it fades, its song lingers, a low murmur of gratitude, the echo of 1,000 dreams fulfilled. Nyx listens, her heart as still as the stars. When the last ripple is gone, she turns her face toward the west. "Sleep is complete," she whispers. "Let the world awaken in peace." Then she lifts her veil and with one sweep gathers the remnants of shadow to her breast. The world brightens. Morning opens its eyes. And though the sun now reigns, beneath its warmth the memory of night endures, in the softness of a dream half remembered, in the hush before the day begins, in the deep calm that the soul keeps even when awake. For Nyx, the mother of all rest, is never truly gone. She lingers wherever peace is found. When the stars had faded behind the pale veil of morning, and the last dreams dissolved upon their silver river, Nyx withdrew into her own quiet heart. Yet even in retreat, she was never gone. Her presence lingered in the shaded hollows of the world, in cool valleys where dew still clung to leaves, in forests where dawn took its time to arrive. In one such place, deep within a fold of the earth where sunlight came only in narrow beams, there lay a grove that belonged to her alone. The trees there were ancient and tall, their trunks smooth as marble, their branches heavy with blossoms that never opened by day. Beneath their shade, the air was always mild, filled with the scent of cedar, myrtle, and still water. The ground was soft with fallen petals, and from somewhere unseen came the faintest sound, a whisper, like the breath of a dream not yet spoken. This was the grove where echoes sleep, where all sounds came to rest. Here, the cries of the world found peace. The laughter of children, the songs of sailors, the prayers whispered into the wind. When these sounds grew weary, they drifted through the air like birds returning home and settled among the branches, folding their wings. Nyx walked there often, her steps making no sound upon the moss. She came not to rule or command, but to listen, for the echoes that slept in her grove were memories of love and longing, of joy and grief, all softened by time. They were the voice of the world remembering itself, and she loved them dearly. Sometimes, when the day above was harsh and the winds loud, she would lay her hand upon the trunk of one of her trees. Beneath her touch, faint murmurs would awaken. A lullaby once sung to a child would stir, or the laughter of a festival long past. The air shimmered with their gentle music. She would smile then, and whisper, "Rest, my echoes." The world forgets nothing that was once spoken in kindness. At the center of the grove stood a small pool, clear and still as polished glass. No bird drank from it. No breeze disturbed it. It was said that this was where the echoes came first to rest, sinking into its depths until their shapes became light. Nyx would sit beside this pool in her hours of reflection. Looking into its depths, she could see the faint glimmer of all that had been said beneath her sky. Every murmur of comfort, every word of love that had passed between living hearts. Each shone like a small steady star beneath the surface. "Even words have need of sleep," she murmured, "and here they may slumber without fading." As she spoke, a faint shimmer rippled across the pool. From its heart rose a single echo, soft and clear, the voice of a shepherd long gone, singing a song to the night. The tone was humble and pure, a hymn of gratitude for rest and stars. Nyx listened, her expression serene. "He sang to me," she said softly, "and now his song sleeps beneath my care." Around her, the trees swayed, though there was no wind. Their movement stirred the resting echoes, and for a brief moment the grove filled with the quiet murmur of the past. Gentle laughter, whispered promises, the sigh of lovers parting, the first cry of a newborn child. It was not sorrowful. It was simply life remembered through peace. When the murmur faded again, the grove returned to stillness. Only the faint hum of bees and the slow drip of dew remained. Nyx rose and walked slowly among the trees, her hand brushing the trunks as she passed. Wherever her fingers touched, the bark darkened to silver for a moment before fading back to shadow. This was her mark of blessing, a promise that memory, even when forgotten, would never truly die. At the edge of the grove, where the trees thinned and the first threads of sunlight fell through the leaves, she paused. There, upon a stone worn smooth by ages, she rested her palm and spoke. "Sleep well, my echoes. When night comes again, I will wake you gently, and together we shall remember." Her voice drifted through the grove like a breeze through reeds. Every leaf seemed to shiver in reply. She lingered a while longer, watching as motes of light danced in the air, carrying with them the faint fragrance of myrtle and dusk. Then, gathering her veil, she turned toward the deeper shadows, where her path would lead next, to the moon's quiet place and the dialogue that had endured since time began. Behind her, the grove remained still, yet alive, a sanctuary where every sound that had ever touched the night could rest forever without fear of being lost. When Nyx left her grove of sleeping echoes, she followed a path of silver mist that rose gently through the folds of the night. It led her upward, through the breath of clouds and the cool thin air that lives between heaven and the world, until she reached the quiet throne of her oldest companion, the moon. There she paused, for the moon was not a thing apart from her, but a reflection, a vessel that carried her calm into the sight of mortals. It was her mirror in the sky, soft, constant, and kind. At that hour it hung low over the horizon, round and bright as a lamp in a temple. The seas below gleamed beneath its light, their waves trembling as though in reverence. The mountains shone faintly along their ridges, while the forests whispered beneath its cool glow. Nyx stood before it and smiled, her eyes full of quiet affection. "Old friend," she said, "you have grown radiant again. Tell me, do you tire of my darkness?" The moon's voice was not a sound but a shimmer in the air, a rhythm that brushed the skin like a sigh. "How could I tire of you?" it answered. "You are my cradle and my keeper. I am only the vessel of your gentler light. When I wax, the world remembers your face. When I wane, it learns your patience." Nyx's smile deepened. She reached out and touched the edge of the moon's pale glow. "Then we are well matched," she said. "I hide what is harsh, and you reveal what is kind." She settled upon a cushion of cloud, her long veil spread around her like rippling silk. The moonlight draped itself across her hands, filling them with silver. "Tell me," she murmured, "what have you seen in my absence?" The moon hesitated, and its light dimmed slightly, as though thinking. "I have watched the seas rise and fall," it said. "I have seen lovers walking under my glow, their voices soft and filled with longing. I have seen children in far valleys point upward and whisper to me as if I were a god. They do not know that it is you they speak to. Through me." At this, Nyx laughed softly, a sound like wind through midnight reeds. "Let them think it so. It is easier for the heart to love a visible light. I have never minded the quiet work of being unseen." The moon's light pulsed warmly. "And yet," it said, "they do feel you. When clouds pass and hide my face, they call that moment night. They think you have returned to them, though they cannot name you." "Then I am content," Nyx replied, "for they do not fear me as they once did. My children walk beneath your glow. My rivers sleep, my stars sing. Even the silence has learned to listen. The world is peaceful tonight." The moon turned its face slightly toward her. "Do you ever wish for company beyond me, beyond the stars?" She gazed into its bright surface, her reflection rippling faintly across its light. "Once, long ago, I was alone," she said. "But now, the world itself keeps me company. Its breath, its rest, its dreams, they are my song. Loneliness cannot live where there is harmony." The moon nodded, though its movement was more a change of glow than of shape. "You have given them a great gift," it said. "You have made the dark a place of peace." For a while they were silent together, watching as the world turned. Far below, the sea shimmered like a vast mirror, broken only by the slow rhythm of waves. A ship moved across it, a small silver outline, its sail glowing faintly in the moonlight. Nyx watched it with tender eyes. "The mortals sail by your light now," she murmured. "In ages past, they feared to cross the night. Now they travel in its safety. It is your calm that guides them," said the moon. "I only lend it shape." She lifted her gaze and studied the moon's face. The pale valleys and shadowed plains, the faint rings of light. "You bear scars," she said gently. "They are the marks of time," the moon replied. "Each one, a memory of what has passed. Stones that struck, fires that cooled, but I do not lament them. They hold your darkness within me." Nyx leaned forward and brushed her hand across the air, and a faint shimmer passed over the moon's surface. "Then keep them," she said softly. "Let them remind you that even light needs depth to shine." The moon brightened again, touched by her words. Together, they watched the slow dance of clouds, the glittering of the stars beyond. As they sat, Nyx began to hum. Not a melody, but a rhythm, soft as breathing. The sound rippled outward through the night, and the moon joined her, its light pulsing gently in time. The two wove harmony between them. Darkness and light, silence and glow, mother and reflection. Their song was the tide. It reached the seas and drew them upward in long, graceful sighs. The waters rose to greet the moon, then sank again to rest. The rhythm spread to every shore, every hidden cove, every sleeping coast. From that night on, the ocean would never forget it. The tide would follow their song forever, rising and falling in praise of the harmony between shadow and light. When the song was done, Nyx rose, her expression serene. "I must go," she said. "The stars wait, and my grove must be tended before the day returns." The moon's glow softened like a farewell smile. "Then go, mother of silence. I will keep watch until you return. My light will carry your calm to every shore. Nyx drew her veil close. And when your light fades, she said, I will take its place. As I always have. Between us, the world will never know despair. She turned to leave, but paused once more to look upon her companion. The moon's light touched her face, and for a moment she seemed carved of silver herself. Rest well, my friend, she whispered. Dream gently. Then she was gone, her form dissolving into the folds of night, leaving the moon to shine alone in the wide silence. Below, the sea breathed to her rhythm, and all the world slept in peace. There was once a man who lived upon the edge of a quiet sea, a poet, whose home was made of simple stone, worn smooth by wind and salt. He was neither known nor praised, for his songs were too soft for the world of day. He wrote not for applause, but for the hush between waves, for the still air that follows a sigh. Each evening, as the sun sank behind the hills, he would leave his lamp burning in the window and walk down to the shore. There, upon a rock whitened by the sea's breath, he would sit with his scrolls and listen. He did not yet know that the silence he loved was alive, that it had a name and a face, and that it watched him as a mother watches her child. But Nyx knew him. For among all mortals, there are some whose hearts are tuned finely enough to hear the quiet work of the divine. This poet was one such soul. When others feared the dark, he found in it a peace he could not find in day. He listened to the rhythm of the waves and heard the pulse of the heavens moving above him. He watched the stars and felt their calm press gently upon his thoughts. And as he wrote, his words came not from himself, but from something vaster, a voice that spoke softly through him. One night, when the air was perfectly still and the moon high over the sea, Nyx came to him. She did not appear in splendor, nor in power. She came as a quiet woman, her form woven of silver mist, her eyes dark and kind. She stepped from the water without ripple or sound and stood behind him, watching as his hand moved across the page. His quill scratched faintly against parchment, tracing words that glowed as he wrote. The night is not an end, but a beginning unseen. Her hands are cool upon the heart. Her breath is peace. Nyx smiled. The words were her own, though he did not know it. She came closer, the scent of rain and jasmine drifting with her. You write as one who listens, she said. The poet started, his hand stilling. He turned and saw her, a figure both shadowed and luminous, standing where sea met air. Though awe struck him dumb, fear did not find him. The calm that came with her was too deep for fear. Who are you? He whispered. I am the hush between your thoughts, she replied. The shade that softens your world. You have spoken to me many nights without knowing. He rose slowly. The waves lapped at his ankles, silver with moonlight. Then you are the night. I am she, said Nyx. But not as you imagine. I am not the void. I am the cradle. And you, poet of the still sea, have heard me well. He bowed his head, not in worship but in recognition, as one greets an old friend long awaited. I write what I feel, he murmured. The peace, the rest. I only wish to give it voice. You have done so, Nyx said. And in your voice, mortals shall learn not to fear my presence. She stepped closer, and as she moved, the sound of the waves dimmed, until the world seemed to hold its breath. She lifted her hand, and in her palm a small flame of starlight appeared. Not burning, but cool, glowing faintly blue. This, she said, is the gift of those who listen. Take it, and your words shall hold the calm of night. Let those who read them remember that even darkness can sing. The poet hesitated, but when she touched his brow, the flame entered him like a sigh, leaving no mark but warmth. The air shimmered around him for a moment, then stilled. When he looked up, Nyx was already stepping backward into the water. Wait, he said. Will I see you again? She smiled. You will hear me, always. Every time you pause before speaking. Every time you rest your pen upon the page and listen. There I will be. Then she was gone, her form dissolving into the quiet tide. The sea closed behind her, unbroken, save for the faint trail of silver that lingered upon the surface. The poet stood for a long while, the night deep around him. The stars overhead seemed brighter, the air clearer. He felt no loneliness. He returned to his home and wrote until dawn. His words flowed like water, slow and luminous, carrying with them the peace she had left in his heart. He wrote of the world sleeping, of rivers turning to silver, of hands folded in rest. When morning came, he fell asleep at his desk, his head upon the parchment. The wind entered through the window and turned the pages gently. As though reading, years passed, and he grew old. His poems spread quietly through the land. They were never sung in the loud markets, nor recited in bright halls, but in quiet rooms and on the lips of those who sought comfort. Mothers whispered them to their children, sailors to the sea, lovers to each other in the dark. When the poet's final night came, he felt no fear. He walked once more to the shore, and sat upon the same stone where he had first heard her voice. The moonlight bathed him in silver. He whispered one last line, "I have heard her, and I am not afraid." The sea sighed. The stars shimmered, and a single breeze moved across the water. Then the poet closed his eyes, his quill still resting in his hand, and the calm he had given to others came fully upon him. Nyx, from her distant hall, she turned her gaze toward the sea and smiled. "Sleep, my listener," she murmured. "Your echoes will never fade. And even now, when night falls over the quiet shores of that place, those who listen closely may hear the faint scratch of a quill upon parchment, and the whisper of the night herself answering in kind." After the poet's spirit joined the quiet that she kept, Nyx wandered once more through the folds of the sleeping world. The night had deepened to its gentlest hour, when even the winds seemed to hesitate, and every flame burns low in courtesy to silence. It was then that she gave her blessings. She moved unseen along the narrow paths that wound through forests and fields, her step so light that not even dew was disturbed beneath her feet. Wherever she passed, a change came over the earth, subtle, tender, and good. Her first blessing she gave to the trees. She touched their trunks with her fingertips, and their leaves grew heavy with calm. "You have stood long," she whispered, bearing the heat and the burden of light. "Rest now. Let your roots drink from shadow." The trees sighed, and their branches lowered a little, as if bowing to her kindness. Next, she came upon a village, sleeping in the hollow of a hill. Roofs of clay glimmered faintly beneath the starlight, and thin smoke curled from the last embered hearths. Nyx passed through its streets like cool breath, pausing at each doorway. At one house, she found a mother still awake, her eyes heavy as she rocked her child. The baby's cries had softened but not ceased. Nyx bent over them and let one strand of her veil drift across the air. It fell upon the mother's shoulders, bringing warmth without weight, and the child's breath steadied. Soon, both were asleep. Faces turned toward one another in peace. Nyx smiled, murmuring, "Even love must rest." Beyond the village lay open fields, the wheat faintly silver beneath her stars. She knelt and let the grains slip through her hands. "You too have labored," she told them. "Sleep now, and rise golden when the sun returns." The breeze that moved through the stalks was her reply, a hush like a long exhale. She walked on, over rivers whose currents slowed as she passed, over sleeping beasts curled in their dens, over the lonely shepherd dozing beside his flock. To each she gave something of herself. A pause, a lessening, a quiet. When she reached the sea, she stood at the edge where water met land. The tide lapped softly against the stones, rising and falling to the rhythm of her breath. There she scattered her second blessing, the gift of forgiveness, for the sea knew too well the weight of remembrance. "Be gentle with what you hold," she said, touching its surface with her hand. "Let the rivers forget their storms before they return to you." The sea shimmered, its vast heart at peace. From the sea she turned her eyes to the sky. The stars above her hummed faintly, waiting. "You have watched faithfully," she said. "Here is your reward." She lifted her arms and breathed upon them, and for a heartbeat each star flared brighter, as if warmed by her praise. Then they softened again. Content, Her last blessing she kept for those who could not sleep, for the souls whose hearts were troubled, whose minds were still full of noise though the world lay still. She walked among them invisibly, brushing their brows with her hand, leaving behind a coolness like a shadow beneath a tree. The restless thoughts stilled. The heavy hearts loosened. Some wept softly in their dreams, and their tears were silver, harmless as rain. When she had done all this, Nyx looked upon the world and saw that it was utterly calm. Even the stars seemed to breathe slower. The rivers gleamed. The leaves hung motionless. The air smelled of jasmine and quiet earth. The night itself seemed to be listening. She gathered her veil around her shoulders and spoke to the horizon. Though dawn was still far away, you will find them all refreshed. My daughter, I have left my peace in every shadow. When your light returns, it will meet no resistance. From the east came a faint answering blush. Not yet day, but its promise. The color was pale rose. The first stirring of her daughter Hamara's return. Nyx lingered a while longer, unwilling to leave just yet. She walked once more through her grove of sleeping echoes. The pool at its heart was perfectly still, reflecting both her face and the earliest glint of dawn. She knelt beside it and released her final blessing. A single thread of starlight from her own gown. It sank into the water and vanished, leaving behind a circle of light that spread slowly across the surface. That, she said softly, is for remembering. When mortals would stand beneath the night sky and feel peace without knowing why, it would be because that light still glowed unseen within the world's deep memory. The breeze rose, faint but certain, and carried her scent through the leaves. Cedar and cool rain mingled with the sweetness of rest. One by one, the blossoms opened upon the branches. Though the sun had not yet risen, they were her flowers. Dark as midnight, fragrant as sleep. Nyx stood and looked toward the growing glow of dawn. The first birds stirred, though they did not yet sing. Go slowly, she whispered to the day, for they are dreaming still. Then she drew her veil close about her and began to fade, her form melting into the very air she had blessed. The last thing that lingered of her was her voice, so soft it might have been mistaken for a thought. Rest, all who live. The night watches over you. And so she departed, leaving her blessings folded gently into every corner of the waking world. The first color of morning had begun to breathe along the eastern rim of the world. That tender hue between pearl and rose, so faint it might have been mistaken for the dream of light rather than its arrival. It was the hour when night still lingered, unwilling to leave, and day had not yet found its courage to begin. It was the hour of Hamara's return. From her hall at the world's edge, Nyx watched the horizon with quiet calm. The stars above her were fading, their light dimming in slow reverence. She stood among them like a mother seeing her children off to rest after a long vigil. The air was cool, smelling of salt and cedar. Below her, the sea lay utterly still, its surface painted in the softest silver, the last reflection of her own veil. Then, from beyond that faint, glowing border of light, Hamara stepped forth. She came not in fire, nor with trumpets of dawn, but gently, her radiance unfolding as mist might unfold over water. Her hair shone with the pale gold of the first sunbeam. Her robe shimmered like dawn seen through dew. Around her, the air stirred, warm and forgiving. Mother, she said, her voice clear but soft. It is time. Nyx inclined her head. It is always time, my daughter, she answered. And always peace. Hamara crossed the last stretch between them. The edge of her light met the hem of Nyx's darkness, and for a moment neither advanced nor yielded. They simply mingled, shadow into glow, glow into shadow, a blending so complete that the sky shone neither night nor day, but both. In that mingling, the world held its breath. Together they stood at the seam of existence, where every beginning is also an ending. Nyx lifted her hands, and the veil of night slipped from her shoulders, flowing across the air like smoke drawn toward a lamp. Hamara reached out and received it, folding it into her own brightness until the fabric shimmered pale gold. So, it passes, Nyx said quietly. My breath into yours. Hemera smiled, her eyes glimmering with the soft light of gratitude. "You have tended them well," she said. "The world wakes without fear. Even the shadows seem content." "They have learned," said Nyx. "Your warmth will complete their lesson. Let them remember rest even as they rise." For a moment, the two regarded one another in still affection, not as opposites, but as halves of the same eternal rhythm, where Nyx's gaze was depth and reflection, Hemera's was renewal and motion. Between them, balance lived and breathed. Hemera lifted her hands, and from her palms fell strands of light, long and fine as silk. They drifted downward, touching the mountains, the fields, the seas. Everywhere they fell, the shadows softened, the colors of the world awoke. "See," she said, "how your peace remains within my day. The rivers run slower, the trees stand easy. Your calm endures." Nyx looked upon it and felt a quiet satisfaction. "That is as it should be," she said. "For day without the memory of night is empty, as song without silence." Hemera stepped closer, her radiance gentle enough that the stars nearest her still shone faintly through. "Stay a little while," she asked. "Walk with me until the sun takes the sky. Let them see that we are not rivals." Nyx nodded, and together they descended. They walked upon the high air above the world, the mother clothed in dusk, the daughter in dawn. Beneath them the land brightened, villages waking, birds stirring in the branches, the first smoke curling from early hearths. Yet none who looked upward saw them. They were felt rather than seen, like the balance of breath before waking. Nyx touched the crown of a tree and left a pearl of dew. Hemera touched the same and turned it to gold. Nyx's coolness lingered in the shadow of stones, while Hemera's warmth danced upon their tops. Between them, the world was whole. At last they reached the peak of a mountain that stood between night and morning. From there they could see everything. The deep blue west still veiled in starlight, and the east aflame with pale fire. "It is beautiful," Hemera whispered. "It is ours," said Nyx. "And theirs. The world's. Each day you will return it to me, and each night I will return it to you. Thus it will breathe forever." They stood in silence, watching as the first edge of the sun rose above the sea. Its light touched Hemera's face, and Nyx, seeing it, felt no loss. She felt the same calm she had always known, the knowledge that light could not exist without shadow, nor shadow without light. The birds began to sing. The sea brightened. The air turned golden. Nyx drew her veil once more, gathering what remained of the night. "Go, my child," she said softly. "They are ready for you." Hemera turned to her and bowed her head. "And when they tire, I will leave them to you." The two smiled at one another, a smile older than the world, and slowly parted ways. Hemera stepped forward into the day, her light expanding until the sky was filled with it. Nyx stepped backward into the west, her presence folding gently into mist. Yet even as she vanished, her voice lingered in the golden air. "Remember me in your brightness, for I am the rest between your breaths." The sun rose higher, the world awoke, but within every shadow, within every quiet corner where morning light was soft, the memory of Nyx remained, calm, constant, eternal. The sun had lifted itself above the sea, pale and gracious, in its first rising. Hemera's warmth spread quietly across the world. The blue of the heavens deepened, and the stars withdrew beyond sight. Yet even as brightness filled the air, the rhythm of night did not end. It only changed its measure, for Nyx did not vanish beyond the horizon. She lingered, folded in the light's own heart, watching with a mother's calm as her daughter carried on the work they shared. She moved unseen through the layers of the sky, her form now subtle as breath. Where Hemera's glow touched, she followed like a cool echo, balancing, tempering, keeping stillness even within motion. The two were never apart. They were the inhale and exhale of the same divine life. From the high air she watched as the earth stirred below. The fields shone with morning dew, the faint silver of her own veil glinting beneath the gold. The sea, restless yet joyous, mirrored both sky and shadow, bright where the sun met it, dark where the waves turned under. Even mountains, those patient keepers of time, wore her calm beneath their blazing crowns of light. Everywhere she looked, she saw her work continuing, her peace woven through Hemera's living tapestry. From her distant perch, Nyx turned her eyes to the east, where her daughter moved across the sky like the slow unfurling of dawn's flower. She watched as Hemera lifted her hand and brightened the rivers, as her warmth touched the hills and the flocks began to wander. It pleased her. She remembers. Nyx whispered. She keeps her kindness slow, for she had taught Hemera long ago that even light must not hurry. To rush the world awake is to break its dreams too soon. And so the morning unfolded as a tender thing, giving each creature time to rise from sleep with grace. At the edge of the sea, Nyx saw fishermen step into their boats. Their nets, damp with dew, caught the first glimmers of sunlight. They did not know that her shadow still lay upon the waters, calming the tide beneath their keels. But she knew, and smiled. Beyond them, she saw the villages begin to stir. The smoke of early fires rose in thin, curling threads. A child, waking before its mother, laughed softly at a bird perched in the window's light. Even that small sound, that innocent beginning, carried within it the peace she had left behind. Every motion of life, every brightening hour was still bound to her rhythm. The sky itself turned not by the sun alone, but by the memory of her stars spinning behind it. Unseen, yet constant, that was the secret of the turning sky. Beneath every blaze of day, the night endured, waiting to bloom again. High above the world, Nyx spread her arms. The folds of her robe swept outward, vast and unseen, until they brushed the distant edges of the firmament. She could feel the hum of the heavens turning, the patient song of the constellations moving behind the veil of light. The quiet road, that great river of stars she had once woven, still glimmered faintly, though no mortal eye could see it now. It flowed beneath the sunlight like memory beneath thought, serene and eternal. This is as it must be, Nyx murmured. Light for the waking, shadow for the rest, each taking its turn, neither lost, neither forgotten. And as she spoke, she drew a slow circle in the air, a gesture old as creation. At her motion, the sun's path steadied, its pace becoming measured, its warmth balanced. The seasons would follow from that gesture, summer and winter, light and shade, each turning upon her silent axis. She felt her strength ripple outward, soft but certain. Birds wheeled across the sky in graceful arcs, their wings tracing invisible lines that echoed the order she had set. The air shimmered. The waves responded, rising and falling to her pulse. Everything moved in harmony, and for a long moment, the universe seemed to hum with contentment. In that stillness, a small voice reached her. Faint, but dear. It was Hemera, speaking from her golden height. Mother, do you still watch? And Nyx answered, though no sound passed her lips. Always, your light moves because my dark holds steady. Hemera's light flickered in gentle acknowledgement, and the clouds beneath her brightened, as if smiling. Nyx lingered a while longer, unseen companion to the brightening day. She followed its arc until the sun stood high in the blue, warm and triumphant. By then, her presence had thinned almost to nothing. Yet she remained, the coolness in the shade of a tree, the still air beneath the wings of a hawk, the quiet thought that enters even the busiest heart. She would wait there, beyond the visible, until the day grew weary, for she knew that all motion must one day lean back into rest. And when that moment came, when the colors softened, when the air cooled, she would rise again to receive her daughter's light, to fold it gently into her own, and to let the world sleep once more. Until then, she drifted behind the sky, her voice a hum beneath the world's awakening. Turn, my children, turn, as the heavens turn. In every circle there is peace. The sunlight trembled, as though bowing to her wisdom. And beneath that bright day, unseen yet ever present, the heart of Nyx continued to beat slow, steady, and sure. keeping the rhythm of creation itself. As the long day drew toward its closing, the light of the sun grew softer, as though it too had begun to tire. The air changed first, warm at heart, but touched now with the faint coolness of shade returning. The fields no longer blazed. They shimmered instead, gentle and gold. The waves lost their sharp glint and turned to glass. Even the winds that had roamed bright and free since morning began to wander more slowly, as if seeking the paths that would lead them home. From her hidden place behind the veil of brightness, Nyx stirred. She felt it before the world did. The quiet longing that comes to all things when the day's labor nears its rest. The grasses yearned for dew, the birds for silence, the hearts of humankind for calm. Each, in its own way, began to call her name without knowing it. And so she listened. She heard the sigh of the sea as the sun bent low upon its rim. She heard the hum of the earth beneath the heat, slow and steady as a creature breathing. From the corners of the world came small murmurs, the whispers of rivers dimming, the rustle of branches settling, the hush that gathers in the moment before lamps are lit. Nyx smiled. "The world remembers," she murmured. "It knows how to wait for me." She drew herself upward from the horizon. Not yet seen, but felt, a coolness in the air, a shadow slipping gently between the rays of the sun. The light did not resist her. It merely softened, as a voice softens when it yields to song. Above the earth, Hemera turned her gaze toward the west. The gold of her robe had deepened to amber, and her steps had grown slow. She felt the weight of her long journey across the sky and knew that her mother approached. "Mother," she whispered, her voice carried on the faint wind. "They are ready." And far below her, Nyx answered, "Then let me gather what you have brightened, that none of it be lost." Their unseen hands met where the light grew thin. The warmth of day passed into the cool of evening. The way flame passes into ember. It was not an end, but a change of color, the golden turning to rose, the rose to violet, the violet to deep, breathing blue. The resting horizon was born. There, upon that tranquil border between the two, the world took its pause. The sea reflected the whole of the sky in a mirror without ripple. The mountains glowed along their edges like bronze newly polished. The first star trembled faintly in the east, shy, patient, waiting for her mother's veil. From every hearth, thin trails of smoke rose and caught the last light. Children's laughter thinned into murmurs. The day's last songs fell quiet upon the air. In the meadows, the grasses bent their heads, heavy with shadow, while the rivers grew silver again, echoing the night to come. From her high place in the unseen west, Nyx watched it all unfold. She did not hurry. She let the world finish its breathing, its final exhalation of light. Only when the sun's edge touched the sea did she lift her hand. Her veil unfolded. Across the sky it spread. At first a faint silver mist, then a deepening shade, smooth as silk unrolled upon a sleeping bed. It stretched from mountain to sea, from the quiet grove to the farthest star. The last rays of day rested upon it for a moment, glowing through like gold thread through blue cloth, and then faded, absorbed into her calm. Hemera bowed. Radiant still, but dimming. "They sleep, mother," she said. "The world is yours again." Nyx drew her close and kissed her brow. "And it will be yours again at dawn," she replied. "We are the turning itself, the rhythm of their days. Go and rest within me until your time returns." And Hemera, smiling, dissolved gently into her mother's shadow, her light becoming the faint memory that lingers in twilight. The stars, watching from the far reaches of heaven, brightened one by one. Tiny sparks called home by her breath. The quiet road awoke again, the silver river stretching across the sky, each current gleaming with familiar constellations. Below, the world grew hushed. The sea whispered. Lamps were lit in the windows of homes, their glow small and tender against the dark, like children imitating the stars. Nyx felt their warmth and loved them for it. She began her walk across the heavens, gathering the sounds of the earth as she went, the faint ring of a bell in a distant valley, the flutter of wings as a bird sought its nest, the murmur of lovers parting with soft promises of return. Every sound she took she cradled in her shadow, carrying it to the grove where echoes sleep. As she walked, the stars followed, brightening behind her like pearls sewn into her train. The night deepened, patient and serene. By the time she reached the high zenith of the sky, the last gleam of the sun had gone. Only her voice remained, spreading gently through the air. Rest, all who live beneath me. The day has done its work. The light will wait. You are safe. And the world obeyed. The waves quieted to glass. The forests fell still. The city softened into murmuring sleep. The horizon, her horizon, glowed faintly with the mingling of gold and indigo. That eternal memory of balance between her and her daughter. It was the resting place of both day and night, where each handed the world to the other without envy, without sorrow. Only love. Nyx stood watching until all light was her own again. Then she spread her arms wide and whispered to the stars, "Let the dreams begin." And the heavens answered with a shimmer like breath as her children, sleep, dream, fate, and peace, rose from their hidden homes to begin their soft work anew. When the last glimmer of day sank beneath the sea, a deep hush settled across creation. It was not silence as mortals know it, but the fullness of peace, a stillness so complete that even the stars seemed to breathe within it. Out of that stillness, Nyx rose to her full grace. The world had returned to her keeping. She felt its pulse beneath her feet, slow, serene, alive. The rivers had quieted, the winds folded their wings, and all things lay as though beneath her palm. The veil she had spread at dusk now rippled gently across the heavens, gathering strength with every heartbeat. Its fabric shimmered from indigo to silver, woven through with the faint paths of her wandering children. Hypnos gliding among sleepers, Moros tracing the soft curve of destiny, Thanatos treading quietly in mercy's shadow, and the Wanaroi drifting like petals upon the dream stream, all moved to her rhythm. She began her walk, her nightly pilgrimage through the sleeping world. Her steps left no mark, yet every place she passed was changed. Shadows deepened into comfort. The air thickened with the scent of myrrh and night, blooming jasmine, and the soft hum of life at rest followed her like music without sound. She walked first across the mountains, where snow still glowed faintly with the memory of sun. Her touch cooled them. The white peaks took on a blue radiance, and avalanches stilled in mid-dream. "Rest," she whispered. "You have stood proud in the light, now bow to quiet." Then she descended to the valleys, where villages slept under her stars. Through open windows she looked upon faces serene in sleep, the aged and the newborn, the weary and the dreamer alike. She bent over each, invisible yet near, and left upon their foreheads a single breath of calm. In that breath, she whispered, "Sleep, gently, little flame. You are not alone in the dark." Next she crossed the plains, where the grass bent under the weight of dew. She brushed her hand through the stalks, and they swayed like water under moonlight. The night insects sang, and their song pleased her, for it was the heartbeat of the quiet earth. Farther still she went, to the deserts, where heat lingered in the sand. There she lifted her arms, and cool winds swept out from her robes, smoothing the dunes into shapes of serenity. "Even the barren shall rest," she said, and the sand sighed in reply. Finally, she came to the sea, her oldest companion after the sky. It waited for her, vast and shining, its surface trembling with stars. She stepped upon it as upon glass. The waves did not break, but held her weight as gently as the hands of a child. For a long while she stood there, gazing into the reflection of her own heavens. Each star shone both above and below, and the sea became an endless mirror. Two nights folded upon each other. Between them she felt the pulse of the world, beating slow and content. Then she raised her hand, and the tides obeyed. They rose and fell in rhythm, their edges silvered by her power. "So you shall breathe, my faithful sea," she said, "in and out, forever. As I breathe, as the heavens turn." The sea murmured its assent, and its foam curled like lace around her feet. She looked then to the horizon, where the faintest promise of dawn lay still far away. It glowed dimly, soft as the memory of gold within a dream. She felt no haste, no weariness. There was only the endless, graceful exchange, her giving, her receiving, the breath of the universe itself. Behind her, in the hidden valleys, Hypnos and his dream, spirits worked their tender art. Above, the constellations turned like wheels of quiet fire. Moros moved unseen among the sleeping, writing destiny with a pen dipped in starlight. Thanatos folded a few into his arms, carrying them beyond with such gentleness that even the sea did not weep. Nyx watched it all and knew that her world was whole. She began to sing. The song had no words, for none could hold its vastness. It was made of tone and silence, of breath and distance, of the vibration that trembles between stars. Where the song passed, the heavens brightened. Where it faded, the world sank deeper into peace. It reached every corner of creation, the roots of trees, the depths of caverns, the dreams of those who slept. It lulled even the restless wind into stillness. And at its heart was the promise she had given since the beginning, that no darkness was empty, no night without love. When her song was done, she stood once more at the center of the sky. Around her, the constellations glowed with steady light. The quiet road flowed brighter than before, a river of silver leading the soul from waking to dream and back again. Nyx lowered her gaze to the earth. Every living thing slept in balance. Even the seas seemed to rest between waves. A great tenderness filled her. "This is my work complete," she whispered. "And yet it never ends." She turned slowly, letting her veil billow outward until it filled the heavens from horizon to horizon. Within its folds shimmered the memory of every star, every dream, every sigh that had ever passed through night. Then she closed her eyes. For an instant the universe paused, as if bowing in gratitude. "Sleep, my world," she said, her voice softer than the fall of ash. "The circle is whole again." The stars steadied, the waves stilled, the wind fell silent. All things, from the smallest grain of sand to the farthest sun, rested beneath her blessing. And thus Nyx, the night herself, found her place once more at the heart of all calm. The wheel of heavens turned gently above her, carrying the promise of dawn that would one day rise again. Her daughter's hand waiting beyond the rim of gold. She smiled, unseen, her voice a final whisper upon the sleeping world. And thus, the story finds its quiet rest beneath the turning stars. The long night had returned in full, deep and luminous. The seas moved to her rhythm. The winds lay folded upon their wings, and the world slept once more beneath her calm. Yet though all seemed at rest, Nyx did not slumber, for she knew that within peace lies reflection. And in reflection, new creation waits. Above her, the heavens shone with the fullness of her own making. The constellations breathed in their silent dance. The quiet road shimmered from edge to edge, and each star held the faint echo of her song. She walked among them as one might walk through a garden at midnight, each light a bloom she had planted long ago. The stars greeted her with a soft ringing, a music too high for mortal hearing. It was the sound of starlight brushing against starlight, the hum of infinite patience. Nyx listened and smiled. "So," she said softly, "you keep your vigil well." 1,000 small gleams flickered in answer, and the sky brightened by a breath. The constellations knew her presence. She was their mother, their keeper, and the pulse within their stillness. But tonight, she had come not to guide them. She had come to look upon herself. At the farthest edge of the heavens, beyond the reach of even the most patient light, there hung a vast and silver mirror. It was not of glass nor metal, but of memory, formed from the first reflection ever cast upon the newborn sea. There she kept it, where no mortal eye could find it, as a place of quiet knowing. Nyx approached it slowly. With each step, the stars seemed to part before her like petals opening to the moon. Her shadow lengthened until it touched the mirror's frame, and at that touch, its surface rippled, not as water ripples in disturbance, but as silk folds under the hand that tends it. She gazed into it, There was no face, no body, only the night itself, an infinity of deep, living darkness, pulsing faintly with hidden light. She saw the shimmer of her stars, the slow drift of her constellations, the vast curve of her veil as it wrapped the world. For a long while, she watched in silence. Then from within the mirror, a voice spoke. Her own voice, yet older, deeper, like an echo carried from before time. You have filled the world with calm, O keeper of shadows. Yet have you looked within the calm you make? Nyx did not flinch. I have watched, and I have sung. The world sleeps, and peace endures. What more is there? The mirror rippled again, its silver deepening. Within its depths she began to see other faces, faint, flickering. Not of gods but of mortals. Their eyes were closed in sleep, their breath steady beneath her care. She saw them dream, saw their hearts remember love, loss, hope, and longing. They rest because of you, said the voice. But they also seek because of you. You are their silence. Yet within that silence, they begin to ask what lies beyond the stars. What breathes beneath the dark? What waits beyond the veil? Nyx watched, and for the first time since the dawn of creation, she felt something like wonder turned inward. The stillness she had built was not emptiness. It was room. Room for thought, for love, for the quiet awakening of the soul. They are learning, she murmured. The silence teaches. The reflection nodded, its surface trembling faintly with light. Yes, your gift is not only rest, it is remembrance. In your stillness, they find the space to see themselves. She gazed deeper, and saw within that mirror the unfolding of humanity's dreams. The poet by the sea, the mother in the night, the shepherd who spoke to the stars. Each one, in their sleep, was touching something infinite. A piece that was hers. Yet beyond her, Nyx lifted her hand and placed her palm upon the mirror's surface. Then let them see more, she said. Let their dreams open wider. Let them know that the dark they fear is the dark that cradles them. At her touch, the mirror flared once with soft light. Its glow spread outward in ripples that reached the farthest corners of the heavens, washing over every star, every world, every dream. And when the light passed, a new calm settled. Deeper, wiser, the stars seemed to breathe with greater gentleness. Even the constellations tilted subtly, as though bowing to a greater peace. Nyx drew back, her hand still faintly aglow. It is enough, she whispered. The night sees itself and finds no fear. She turned away from the mirror and began to walk once more among her stars. Behind her, the reflection shimmered and faded, leaving only the wide darkness, full of quiet life. The constellations followed her as she moved, their light threading around her form like garlands. The quiet road brightened, a silver bridge stretching across eternity. All of heaven glowed with the peace of one who knows herself whole. And as Nyx reached the height of her heavens, she looked down once more upon the world, sleeping, dreaming, turning beneath her, and spoke softly to herself. So the dark is never empty. It is the mirror of all things. Her voice drifted downward, finding every heart, every wave, every grain of dust that rested in her shadow. Those who slept stirred faintly and smiled, though they did not know why. Above, the stars shone steady and sure, and the night deepened in its perfection. The heavens were steady now. The mirror of stars dimmed once more into calm, and all creation lay wrapped in the breath of stillness. Yet within that stillness, something moved, not like wind or tide, but more like the soft heartbeat of the universe itself. Nyx felt it first as a vibration within her veil. It trembled faintly along its length, passing from constellation to constellation, then down into the deep where dreams drifted on the slow river. It was a rhythm older than sound, older even than the stars, the pulse that had stirred before light or shadow knew their names. She stilled herself completely, the way one stills a pond to see what lies beneath. And there it was, the voice beneath silence. It was not a voice as mortals speak, nor a song as stars might sing. It was the essence of being, the hum that holds all things together. In her own stillness, Nyx had always felt it faintly, like the warmth beneath sleep. But tonight, for the first time since the birth of the world, it began to rise, clear and distinct. "You have wrapped the heavens in peace," it said, "yet peace is not the end. It is the beginning of listening." Nyx did not answer at once. She closed her eyes and let the rhythm move through her. Through her stars, through the wide, turning sky. Each heartbeat of the voice sent a ripple through the constellations, a widening circle that touched every dream. When she spoke, her tone was low, reverent. "Who are you, that you speak through my quiet? I am what was before you," it murmured, the breath that stirred the first dust into being. "You are my shadow, my reflection, my rest. I am the pulse within the silence you keep." She bowed her head. "Then all that I am is your echo." "Not echo," said the voice. "You are my pause. Without pause, no sound has meaning." These words filled the night like the slow opening of dawn within darkness. Nyx felt them pass through her, not as command, but as remembrance. She understood then that the stillness she guarded was not absence. It was space, the sacred room in which the divine heartbeat could be heard. The voice continued, "All things that live, even the stars, move in rhythm. Your quiet is the rest between their motions. Without it, they would burn without thought, and fade without purpose." Nyx lifted her eyes toward the stars that shimmered above her. They seemed to glow more softly now, pulsing in time with that deep rhythm. "Then even I am part of the song," she whispered. "Yes," said the voice, "as is your daughter's light, and her daughter's laughter, and every sigh that passes through the hearts of mortals. All things sing the same song. You are the breath that lets it be heard." A great peace filled her. She felt it radiate outward until the farthest corners of the heavens trembled with it. The constellations turned more slowly, as if bowing in acknowledgement. The river of dreams brightened, its current flowing smoother. Even the deep sea upon the earth below stilled its waves. "Listening," Nyx spoke again, softly. "And what of them? My children, my mortals, my fleeting sparks of life. They rest in me, but they wake to toil and forgetfulness. How shall they remember the song?" The voice seemed to draw closer, surrounding her, filling her with lightless warmth. "They remember in longing. Every act of love, every tear of beauty, every quiet hour when they gaze into the dark. Those are their ways of hearing me. When they fall silent, they are closest to you. And through you, closest to me." Nyx bowed her head once more. She had no tears, for tears belong to the bright world. But her heart filled with something vast and shining, a tenderness that felt like starlight itself. "Then my work is endless," she said. "I will keep the silence, that they may hear you." The voice faded slightly, its tone softening until it was no more than a breath in the air. "Keep it gently," it whispered. "Do not let fear dwell there. Let every shadow be a resting place for light." And then it was gone, leaving behind only the hum of the stars, the quiet turning of the heavens, and Nyx herself, standing at the center of her vast calm, aware for the first time of the heartbeat that had always moved beneath it. She spread her arms. The veil that encircled the sky trembled once, then steadied. Her voice flowed outward, slow and serene. "Be still, my stars. The voice has spoken, and we are not alone." The constellations glimmered in answer, brighter for a moment, before settling again into their eternal watch. The heavens seemed to sigh, not with weariness, but with wonder. Nyx turned her gaze downward, toward the earth where millions of small lives slept beneath her shadow. "They will not hear your words," she murmured, "but they will feel them." And she felt the truth of it, in the slow beating of every heart, in the rise and fall of the sea, in the quiet pulse that tied all creation together. Her stillness was no longer only rest. It was communion. The stars brightened once more. The sky, deep and wide, settled into perfect balance. And Nyx, the eternal night, closed her eyes, not in sleep, but in listening. After the voice had faded into the depths of her stillness, Nyx remained motionless for a long time. The heavens rested. The stars turned in their patient circles. Yet through the vast silence she began to sense motion again. Soft, playful, insistent, it came first as a whisper across the curve of her veil, then as a long sigh through the corridors of the sky. The air stirred. The constellations quivered. The world below shivered in its sleep. The winds were waking. They were not her children as sleep or fate were. Not born of her breath, but of her gesture. For long ago, when she first drew the veil of night across the heavens, she had brushed the air and set it moving. That motion had never stopped. It became the wanderers of her realm, the children of the wind. They were countless, some wild, some tender. There were the Etesians, who cooled the burning shores of summer, the Notos, who carried rain from the south, the Boreas, strong and northern, whose voice rattled the pines, and the Zephyros, the mild westerner, whose breath coaxed the flowers open. Tonight they came to her together, rising from the edges of the earth and swirling upward in a dance of mist and music. Their voices were laughter and sigh in equal measure. Mother of the still sky, they called. We have felt your silence, and we are restless. Nyx smiled faintly, her dark eyes shining. Then come, she said. Let me hear what you carry. They gathered around her. Forms of air in motion. Their shapes half visible, woven from moonlight and shadow. They circled her like ribbons in water, and she felt their cool touch brush her hands and face. Boreas spoke first, his tone deep and echoing. I have been in the mountains, where snow whispers even in summer. The men there fear my strength, yet I have seen them build their fires higher when I come. Is fear not part of your calm? Nyx answered. It is, if it leads to warmth. Without the cold, the fire forgets its gift. Next came Zephyros, fragrant with meadow air. I move among lovers and sleeping fields, he said. They call my breath kind. Yet when I pass, no one remembers the breeze, only the flower it touched. Does that matter? Nyx brushed her veil across his form, to be unseen and bring joy. That is the heart of peace. You are remembered in contentment, which is memory enough. Then Notos, heavy with the scent of distant rain, spoke in a slow murmur. I carry the storms. My hands bear both gift and grief. I drown the fields so that they may bloom again. Tell me, mother, is such work gentle? Nyx turned to him with steady grace. Gentleness is not weakness, child. It is the strength to give and withdraw. When your rains fall, the world sighs, and that sigh is my breath through you. Last came delicate Eurus, the wanderer from the dawn side of the world. His voice trembled like a harp string. I follow Hemera's light, he said, and sometimes I lose my way. I carry the sense of sunrise into your night, and they dissolve there. Am I unwelcome in your quiet? Nyx smiled more warmly now. No wind is unwelcome. You remind me that light will come again. Without your breath, the edge of my night would be too still. You keep the circle turning. The four bowed, their forms flickering like candle flames in her vast calm. Around them, smaller winds laughed and spun, little messengers darting through the folds of her veil, carrying dust and song from one side of the world to the other. Nyx watched them with affection. You are the movement within stillness, she said. Without you, my peace would become stone. Go then, wander the world, but remember me in your gentleness. Zephyros fluttered forward, light as thought, and touched her hand. Then give us your blessing, so that even in our wildest flight, no harm may follow. Nyx lifted her hand to the sky. From her fingers spilled threads of silver wind, fine and shining, which wove themselves into the air around each of them. Here is your bond, she said. When you pass over the sleeping, they will dream sweetly. When you pass over the living, they will breathe more easily. Wherever you go, you will carry my coolness. The winds bowed again, their voices softening. Boreas rumbled like a distant drum. Notos shimmered with rainlight. Zephyros sighed. Eurus whispered farewell. Then they broke apart, scattering into the four corners of the earth. The sky filled with motion, ripples of light and shade chasing one another across her great veil. For a long time, Nyx watched them go. In their paths she saw the balance she had always loved. Stillness that moved, movement that rested. Even in their wildest play, they served the rhythm she had set when time began. When the last breeze had faded beyond the horizon, she whispered into the vastness, "Go well, my children. Carry peace even when you seem fierce. Let every breath of air remind the world that night is alive and merciful." Her voice drifted with them, joining their invisible flight. The forests below swayed gently in answer. The seas lifted and fell with a sound like long contentment. And above it all, the stars shimmered, steady amid the motion, their light gleaming through her veil like eyes that never closed. Nyx stood a while longer in her high solitude, listening to the harmony between silence and wind, between her stillness and their endless wandering. And she smiled, for she heard within it the same ancient pulse she had felt beneath her calm. The world breathed, and in every breath she lived, beyond the farthest constellations, past the reach of mortal knowing and even the dreams of gods. There lies a hush so complete that time itself hesitates before entering. It is the deep sky, the threshold where creation thins, where the first light of being meets the last silence of unformed space. Few among the immortals have ever walked there. Yet Nyx, who was older than light and gentler than its fading, knew the path well. It was the place she went when she needed to remember what she truly was. Tonight, the stars called her to it. Their voices were soft, 1,000 chimes at the edge of hearing, but she felt their meaning in her heart. The world was sleeping soundly. The winds had spread her calm, and the constellations themselves longed for renewal. So she rose from her throne of shadow and began her journey upward. The air grew thin, then vanished. The stars brightened, then softened. Around her, the heavens stretched until they were no longer blue or black, but a kind of living silver. Her veil trailed behind her, long and luminous, sweeping through clouds of dust older than worlds. As she climbed, the lights of her realm gathered at her side, not as guardians but as companions. The constellations she had shaped in the first days followed her like quiet courtiers. Orion with his calm belt of flame, gentle Lyra with her lyre of sapphire fire, patient Draco coiled in eternal watch, and Andromeda, dreaming still of freedom. "Mother," they whispered, "where do you go?" "To the edge," Nyx replied, her voice low and melodious, "where night meets its own reflection. There waits the lantern that must be kindled again. For even darkness has its light. Not a burning flame, but a glow that keeps the deep from falling into nothing." Once in every great age, Nyx rekindled it, ensuring that the silence of creation remained a cradle and not a void. They followed her to the border where the stars grew sparse and the air shimmered with faint colors unknown to human eyes. Hues of thought, of time, of peace. There stood the lantern of the deep sky, suspended in emptiness, immense yet delicate as a drop of dew. Its surface was woven of starlight and shadow intertwined, and within it pulsed a dim heart of silver fire. Nyx approached it with reverence. "You have burned long," she murmured, "and quietly. Let me give you breath again." She placed her hands upon its surface. The lantern was cool to the touch, smooth as the inner curve of a shell. As her palms rested there, the stars above her dimmed in respect, and even the river of the Milky Way seemed to pause its motion. From her heart she drew a thread of light, not bright, but profound, the color of moonlight seen through sleep. She wove that thread into the lantern's flame, feeding it with the essence of all the dreams that had passed beneath her care. The fire stirred. It was not a blaze, but a deep, soft glow that grew outward in waves. Each wave carried memory of peace found, of songs unsung, of hands clasped in forgiveness, of moments of quiet love. These were the things that sustained creation when even gods grew weary. The light spread through the void until it touched the farthest reaches of her realm. The constellations shone brighter, their edges clear again. The quiet road glittered like new silver, The dark between the stars became luminous with life. The deep sky itself sighed, and its breath rolled downward through all layers of being. On the sleeping earth, those breaths became wind. Upon the seas, they became gentle tides. Within the hearts of mortals, they became dreams of comfort. Unremembered in morning, but never lost. When the lantern's glow steadied, Nyx withdrew her hands. The silver flame continued to pulse on its own. Eternal once more. She gazed upon it with affection. "You will keep the silence alive," she said softly, "when even I must rest. You will remember." The constellations bowed low. Their lights trembled like jewels in water. And from within the lantern came a faint reply. Not in words, but in warmth, reaching through her palms like a heartbeat. "Rest, Mother of Night. You have given enough." She smiled. "Not yet," she whispered. "There are still stars to tend." Turning from the lantern, she began her descent. The constellations followed her once more, their paths glowing brighter in the wake of her renewal. The whole of heaven shone with new order, every light steady, every rhythm sure. When she reached the lower sky, where her veil touched the highest winds, she paused and looked back. The lantern gleamed faintly behind her, a single luminous heart in the vast dark. Its glow shimmered down through the layers of stars until it met the sleeping world, bathing even the smallest corner of shadow in gentle safety. "That is enough," she said at last. "The deep remembers." Then she opened her hands, and her veil spread wide again, carrying with it the hum of that new light. It rippled through the heavens, through the dreams of men, through the breath of the sea, until all things were bound once more in her still and perfect calm. Above her, the stars twinkled like slow laughter. Below, the world breathed in peace. Nyx drifted upon the air between them and whispered to the quiet itself. "All is tended. All is whole. Sleep, my children." Beneath the lantern's glow, and the deep sky answered with a pulse of silver radiance that rolled across eternity, echoing her love through every corner of creation. The heavens glowed softly from the lantern she had rekindled, its silver warmth breathing through the dark, like a pulse through a living body. The stars turned in their quiet patterns. The winds carried her blessing across the edges of the world. And still Nyx lingered in the deep air, her gaze drifting downward. Below her, the world slept. Valleys lay veiled in mist. The rivers glimmered faintly, and the seas shone like black glass under her stars. The towns and villages, scattered as embers upon the earth, glowed gently with the last light of their hearths. From each of those small flames rose the same tender rhythm, the steady breath of mortals resting within her calm. It had been long since she had looked so closely upon them. In the earliest ages she had watched their ancestors huddle beneath her veil, fearful of the dark. Now they slept without fear, their hearts open, their dreams woven of her peace. She descended through the long air until her feet touched the edge of a sleeping forest. The trees bowed to her as she passed, their branches trembling as though the night itself were brushing against them. Between their trunks she saw a faint glow, not of fire, but of dreaming thought, rising from the roofs of homes, from the small spaces where love and hope persisted. She moved silently among them. Each dream shone to her sight like a lantern, its light pure or clouded according to the heart that held it. Some burned bright and steady, full of tenderness. Others flickered with worry. Still others glowed with the faint pulse of remembrance. Nyx paused beside one such dream. It belonged to a child, lying beside an open window through which her stars could be seen. The child's small hand rested against her pillow, and in the dream she wandered through a meadow filled with glowing flowers. A figure walked beside her, not Nyx herself, but an echo of her calm, shaped by the child's own imagining. The figure's hand rested upon the child's shoulder. Its voice, Nyx's voice, softened through dream, whispered, "You are safe, little one. The dark only hides what waits to bloom." The dream shimmered, and the child smiled in her sleep. Nyx stood above them, her heart quiet with love. "So," she murmured, "even the youngest have learned to trust the night." She walked on. In a nearby home, she found an old man dozing beside a dying fire. His life's days had been long and full. His breaths came slow and shallow. In his dream, he stood again beside the sea of his youth, the waves bright as silver glass. He watched the horizon, and upon it, a light moved toward him, her lantern's reflection, the glow of peace beyond fear. When it reached him, he did not wake, nor tremble. He simply lifted his face and sighed. Nyx reached out her hand and touched the air above his heart. "Go gently," she whispered. "The journey beyond is only deeper rest." The man's last breath came as a smile. Thanatos, her quiet son, was already near, cloaked in mercy. He took the old man's spirit as one might lift a sleeping child. And Nyx watched them vanish into the soft silver of her deep sky. From house to house, dream to dream, she wandered. Everywhere she looked, her calm was there, not as command, but as companionship. The sailors dreaming of home, the mothers dreaming of laughter, the workers dreaming of fields where the harvest never ended. All carried within them the pulse she had heard in the voice beneath silence. They were not aware of her presence, and yet, in their stillness, they spoke her language. After a time, she came upon a place where dreams faltered, a town whose hearts were restless. Shadows lay heavy there, not from her veil, but from grief. A famine had visited them. A river had failed. Many had slept without hope. Their dreams were thin, their lights dim. Nyx knelt among them, her veil sweeping low. "Even sorrow must rest," she said. She spread her hand, and her stars bent closer, their light falling like silver rain upon the houses. The air cooled. The silence deepened. The breath of the world steadied. Soon, even those who had gone to bed weeping found sleep without fear. And in their dreams, small images began to form of rain returning, of fields green again, of rivers alive. It was not promise, but comfort, enough to mend the space within their hearts where despair had lived. When she rose again, the air around her shimmered with faint light. It drifted upward, following her into the sky. The collective sigh of countless souls eased of their burdens. As she ascended, she felt something stir within her, a tenderness vast and familiar, like the pulse she had felt when the voice spoke. It was love, but of a kind beyond naming. The love that exists in the act of watching, guarding, and letting be. From her height above the world, she looked down upon the turning earth. Its seas glowed faintly beneath the stars, its mountains cast long, serene shadows, and its villages pulsed softly like embers under her breath. "Dream, my mortals," she whispered. "Dream not only of joy, but of understanding. For through dream, you learn to see the light hidden within my dark." Her words became wind, then stillness, then the hum of the earth itself. And so the night deepened, full of quiet visions. The world slept within her arms, each heart a tiny lantern reflecting her calm. And high above, Nyx closed her eyes, not to rest, but to listen to the vast dreaming she had made. When the deep hours had passed their quietest mark and the dreams of mortals shimmered like countless lanterns below, Nyx felt a new stirring beneath her veil, faint, fragile, yet full of meaning. It came not from sleep, but from memory. For even as the world dreamed within her calm, some among humankind had begun to wake, and in their waking they carried with them pieces of her stillness. The scent of night air, the echo of soft dreams, the unspoken comfort of being held by something vast and kind. These fragments, these breath, thin echoes, drifted upward to her as threads of silver. They rose from every place where a mortal's heart remembered peace. From the mother watching dawn beside her sleeping child, from the poet gazing out at the quiet sea, from the wanderer resting on a long road and finding solace in the stars. Each memory was a filament of light, faint as mist yet strong enough to cross the sky. Together they formed what Nyx had never seen before, a luminous web stretching from the world below into the heavens, linking the sleepers to their dreams and their dreams to her heart. She watched in wonder. "So this is how they love me," she whispered. "Not through worship, but through remembrance. The air trembled softly with the sound of her voice, and the threads shimmered in reply, as though shyly acknowledging her presence. They pulsed in a slow rhythm, and through that pulse she felt the mortal world remembering the night. Not as darkness, but as rest. Each thread carried a story. One glowed with the memory of a child who had once feared the dark, but now looked for stars. Before sleep, another flickered with the thought of a woman who, after long sorrow, had found comfort in the quiet hours of dawn. A third shone bright and steady, the dream of an old sailor who had crossed the seas by moonlight, and whispered thanks each night to the calm that guided him home. As Nyx traced these threads with her hand, she felt their texture, soft as silk, yet strong as fate. They were woven from gratitude, from trust, from the small unseen acts of love that mortals give without knowing they are divine. She lifted one between her fingers and spoke. "You have found me, though you do not name me. You remember me, though you believe you have forgotten. In your quiet hours, I breathe within you." And at those words, the thread grew brighter. The glow ran along its length and spread to the others until the whole web shimmered like dew on an infinite web of light. Its reflection touched the edges of her stars and rippled outward. A silent blessing returned. Nyx closed her eyes, listening to the hum of it, the living music of remembrance. The sound was faint, but vast, like the murmur of a tide beneath the world. From the far side of heaven, Moros, her son of fate, stirred and came to her. His step made no sound upon her veil. "Mother," he said, his voice deep as time, "what is this weaving that glows between the earth and sky?" She turned to him, her face lit with the soft radiance of the threads. "It is their remembering, my child. The mortals have made a bridge of peace without knowing it." Moros regarded the shining lattice for a long moment. "So they defy forgetting," he said. "Even when their lives are brief, they build connection that outlasts them." "Yes," Nyx said, "and that is what gives your work meaning. Fate moves them, but remembrance binds them. When they look to the night and feel no fear, your endings are softened." Moros inclined his head in quiet agreement. "Then these threads are sacred." "They are," she said, "and we must guard them." She reached into the air and drew the nearest threads together, weaving them more closely. Where they met, a single star flared, not newly born, but newly brightened, fed by human memory. She smiled. "So every act of kindness becomes a star," she murmured, "and every peaceful thought, a light eternal." Moros watched her weave in silence. "Will they know what they have done?" he asked. "Perhaps not in their waking," Nyx said, "but in their dreaming. They will feel it. They will find strength they cannot name, peace they cannot trace. That will be enough." When she had finished her weaving, the web stretched from horizon to horizon, glittering like a second constellation beneath the first. Its light was gentler than starlight, but no less real. It was the reflection of love, returned to its source. Nyx and Moros stood together, watching as the glow spread downward through the air, settling over forests, seas, and mountains like soft dust of silver. Wherever it touched, hearts lightened, dreams grew sweeter, and even the earth itself seemed to breathe more deeply. After a time, Moros spoke again. "Your stillness was the beginning," he said, "but this is its fruit." Nyx nodded. "Yes, what rests well remembers well. Peace leaves echoes that even light cannot fade." The web continued to shimmer, its threads slowly merging into the greater sky until it was impossible to tell where mortal remembrance ended and divine calm began. The two had become one, shadow and light, night and dream, silence and love, all woven into the same eternal fabric. Nyx placed her hand over her heart and whispered, "So be it. The world remembers. The night will never again be forgotten." The threads pulsed once more, answering her vow. Then their glow softened, sinking back into the quiet that had birthed them, leaving only a faint silver sheen upon her stars. Nyx looked to her son. "Your path continues," she said. "Guard them in their days, as I guard them in their nights." Moros bowed low. "I will, mother." Then he turned and vanished into the deep sky, his presence fading like the echo of a long patient breath. Nyx remained, her heart serene. The earth below shimmered faintly in the soft starlight, bound forever by the web of remembering. The night was full of peace, not the stillness of silence alone, but the quiet joy of being known. And so she stood upon the rim of the world, the keeper of shadows, watching as her stars carried human memory into eternity. After the web of remembrance faded into her heavens, Nyx drifted once more through her quiet realm. The stars glowed gently, the world slept beneath her, and yet there was a tender pull at her heart, a whisper rising not from the dreaming, nor from the living, but from the forgotten. These were not the souls her son Thanatos had carried beyond with ceremony, nor those remembered in songs or stories. These were the ones whose names had slipped from mortal lips, whose footprints had been washed away by centuries of tide and time. Their deeds were unrecorded, their voices unsung, yet they had existed, breathed, loved, and looked upon her sky. She heard them still, faint as wind through reeds. They stirred in the deepest layers of her shadow, where memory fades but essence endures. Nyx followed their whisper. Down she went, beyond the reach of stars, beyond the flowing river of dreams, to a valley where light was not needed, for everything there remembered itself. The air shimmered with quiet presence, the ground glowed faintly, as if dusted with silver ash. Here was her hall of forgotten names. No walls enclosed it, no roof shielded it. It was as vast as the heavens, and as intimate as a heartbeat. Countless small lights drifted within it, each one a soul once known by name, now nameless, but not lost. Nyx walked among them, her steps soundless. As she passed, the lights drew closer, as though recognizing her scent, her calm, the cool warmth of her being. She extended her hands, palms open. "Do you think I have not known you?" she said softly. "You, who built and tended, who dreamed and fell silent. All of you live within me. Not one sigh is wasted." The lights trembled in answer, their glow strengthening. She could feel their stories as she moved. A farmer who once sang to his fields at dusk, a child who had whispered to a stray bird, an artist whose work had been washed away by rain, a healer whose kindness went unnamed. They were small, all of them, yet infinite. Threads of a tapestry she had always carried without knowing its fullness. She came to a still pool at the valley's heart. Its surface mirrored, not stars, but memory. She knelt and gazed into it, and the lights followed, clustering like constellations over water. Their reflections shimmered, faint faces, countless and varied, rising and fading in slow rhythm. She whispered, "You are the quiet foundation of the world. You are the breath behind all songs, the unseen roots of the tree of time." From her sleeves, she drew fine dust, the silver residue of dreams that had ended in peace. She scattered it over the pool. Where it fell, the reflections deepened, and the lights brightened anew. "Let this be your rest," she said. "You are remembered in my remembering." As she spoke, a soft figure emerged from the gathering glow. Mnemosyne, her ancient sister. Her presence was gentle as the morning mist, her eyes the color of old light. "Nyx," said Mnemosyne, "you still keep watch over what has faded." "Who else should?" Nyx replied. "Memory preserves the bright names, but I preserve the quiet ones. Between us, nothing is lost." Mnemosyne smiled faintly. "We are the twin currents of time. I carry what endures, and you cradle what falls away." They stood side by side, the goddess of memory and the goddess of night, watching as the countless lights floated upward in slow spirals. The two sisters raised their hands together, and the air between them filled with luminous threads. Memory ascending to meet peace, peace descending to meet memory. From their joining came new stars, faint at first, then steady, twinkling, where the heavens had once been bare. Each was a name reborn, a presence restored to the sky. "See," Mnemosyne whispered. They rise again. Nyx nodded, her gaze serene. And this time, they shall shine without need of remembrance, for they are part of the night itself. The valley brightened. The air trembled with soft singing. No words, only the hum of being recognized. The sound spread outward, through dream, through fate, through every level of her vast domain. Even the mortal world, still sleeping far below, seemed to stir as if comforted by the presence of what had been made whole. When the song faded, Mnemosyne turned to go. "My path leads back to the waking," she said. "But yours is the infinite resting. Then may your bright ones find peace in me when their names are finally spent," said Nyx. "They will," her sister promised. "For every memory ends where you begin." With that, Mnemosyne vanished into the shimmer of light, leaving Nyx alone with her stars. She looked once more upon the valley. The small lights now drifted upward, joining the greater constellations above. Their glow mingled with her own until it was impossible to tell which were God's creations and which were once human dreams. Nyx smiled. A quiet, endless smile. "So none are truly lost," she whispered. "Every forgotten heart becomes another light in my sky." The pool grew still again. The valley dimmed. At peace, and above it, the night shimmered a little brighter than before. The hall of forgotten names faded behind her like a sigh, dissolving into still air. As Nyx rose once more through her veil, the stars shone with renewed clarity. Each light above her was no longer distant. Each was familiar, known, and alive with the breath of remembrance. The heavens themselves seemed to hum. It was faint at first, like the soft ringing that follows the plucking of a string. Then slowly, that vibration deepened, spread, and gathered. The stars began to sing. It was not a melody that any one being could trace, for it was vast and layered. A harmony made of countless notes, each a life, a dream, a memory. Every creature that had ever lived, every sigh, every tear shed in love or in grief, every laughter rising into night, all had left a trace. Now those traces rose together, drawn by her presence, gathering like mist beneath her lantern's glow. Nyx stood still among them. Her dark hair drifted around her like the wings of 1,000 shadows, her eyes bright as the space between constellations. "This," she murmured, "is the music of all I have kept." The song grew clearer. It did not come from above or below, but from everywhere. From the stars, from the air, from the very silence between things. Voices, countless and soft, joined into one slow, eternal chord. She listened. Some voices were bright. The laughter of children, the hum of mothers singing at dusk, the prayers whispered by sailors to the calm sea. Others were low and solemn. The murmur of mountains, the breath of wind through leaves, the heartbeat of the world in sleep. Still others were wordless. The quiet of those forgotten now remembered. The sighs of stars, the long, slow turning of time. And woven through them all was her own breath, a deep note, constant and tender. The pulse beneath the song. The heavens shimmered. The Milky Way flared, its wide river of light brightening as the voices of night gathered upon its banks. Every star was a tone, every dream a harmony, every quiet heart a resting pause between notes. Nyx closed her eyes. Her veil unfurled, spreading outward until it covered the heavens like a vast instrument. Strings of shadow vibrating to the song of all existence. She raised her hands, not to command, but to join. The light of her lantern, far above, deepened to a radiant silver, casting a soft sheen across every star. Under that glow, the 1,000 voices began to align, forming patterns as delicate as breath, as precise as the orbit of worlds. The universe was singing itself whole, from her feet to the farthest corner of night. Creation shimmered in time with the sound. The constellations moved like slow dancers, turning upon their axes. The clouds of unseen dust pulsed in faint light. The dreams of mortals deepened, brightened, and joined the cosmic rhythm. It was a hymn without beginning or end. the song of being remembering itself through rest. Nyx felt it pass through her. The hum of existence. The echo of the voice beneath silence. The remembrance of every life she had ever held. And she understood, then, what all her long labors had been for. Peace was not the stillness after sound. Peace was the sound. The harmony that arises when every voice, bright or dark, finds its place within the whole. She looked upward to the lantern that burned at the edge of creation. Its flame pulsed gently, as though listening. "They sing for you," she whispered. "And through you. For all that ever was." The light flared once, and the song changed subtly, growing softer, more intimate, as if the entire cosmos had leaned closer to hear its own heart. Beneath her, the mortal world shimmered. Lakes mirrored the stars. Seas rippled in silver rhythm. Sleeping creatures stirred and smiled without waking. Even the wind slowed its wandering, caught in the serenity of the sound. Then, as if guided by her unspoken thought, the thousand voices began to form words. They were not spoken in any single tongue, but every being understood them, for they were the essence of comfort itself. "We are not lost. We are the breath of all that was and is. We rest within the dark that loves us." Nyx felt tears that were not water gather behind her eyes. Tears made of pure starlight. They fell soundlessly, each one becoming a new star where it touched the sky. The song continued. Slower now, softer, like a lullaby sung by the universe to itself. When its last note faded, the heavens glowed faintly with the echo. As though remembering, Nyx lowered her arms and drew her veil close once more. The deep quiet returned. Not empty, but full. The harmony lingered within her, humming gently through every fold of her being. She whispered into the vastness. "Sleep, my children. Your voices are heard. The night keeps them all." And with that, the stars dimmed to their peaceful brightness. The lantern of the deep sky softened its glow, and creation sank again into tranquil rest. The vast quiet that followed the night of 1,000 voices drifted through the heavens like a tide at peace. The stars shimmered with slow delight, and even the deep sky seemed to breathe in rhythm with her calm. Nyx stood at the heart of her realm, wrapped in the soft echo of the cosmic song. The lantern above pulsed gently, its light diffused through the folds of her veil. Yet as she listened, she heard another music rising beneath, a softer hum, closer to the mortal world, steady and deep as the breathing of the earth itself. She knew that voice well. It was the song of Hypnos, her beloved son, the keeper of sleep. From the folds of her veil she stepped downward, following the path of her own starlight. The air grew warm and blue, the constellations wheeled slowly aside, and soon she reached the quiet vale, where Hypnos made his dwelling. It was neither holy earth nor holy heaven. A place between breaths, between thoughts. The walls were made of clouded glass that reflected not faces but dreams. The floors shimmered with rivers of drowsy silver light. Around its edges bloomed poppies and the flowers of Lethe, whose scent softened every sorrow. There, upon a couch woven of shadows and mist, reclined her son, youthful and serene, his hair like dark water, his eyelids heavy but kind. In one hand he held a branch of nightshade, in the other a small vial of starlight, from which he poured peace into the world below. He smiled when he saw her, though his eyes did not open. "Mother," he murmured, his voice as slow and calm as a tide. "The night hums with contentment. I felt it in every dream. You have been busy." Nyx knelt beside him. "The world has remembered me," she said. "Their hearts weave light into my dark. And you, my son, you carry my calm into their souls each night." Hypnos set aside his vial and stretched, as though his limbs were made of soft wind. "They rest well," he said, "but they do not yet know why they dream. They think dreams are fancies, the idle play of the mind, yet they are the bridges you built for them. Mother, paths from fear into understanding." Nyx brushed a strand of darkness from his brow. "Then show me," she said. "Let me see how you guide them." He rose and took her hand. "Come." Then, the dreaming plain awaits. Together, they passed beyond his hall, through curtains of sleep that shimmered like liquid glass. Beyond lay a vast field of shadow lit by starlight, stretching farther than sight. Across it moved endless streams of dreams, shapes of light and mist, drifting like small clouds. Some were bright and joyful, others dim and uncertain. All moved in gentle rhythm, each one a thought clothed in beauty. A feeling turned to vision. Nyx walked among them, her veil trailing across the plain. Wherever she passed, the dreams steadied, their forms softening into calm. The frightened dreams ceased their flight, the sorrowful ones found companions. Hypnos watched her, pride in his quiet gaze. You see, mother, even here, your presence gives them peace. You are the silence that keeps them from unraveling. Nyx smiled. And you, my child, are the movement that keeps them from fading. They came to a pool of mirror, light at the plain's center. Hypnos gestured, and the surface rippled, showing visions from the world above. Mortals slept across the lands, in palaces and huts, beneath trees, beside the sea. Threads of starlight connected them all, weaving through the dreaming plain like a silver net. Each dream touches another, Hypnos said. Through me, they share what words cannot. They learn kindness in the images of sleep, courage in the calm that follows fear. Even their grief becomes gentler when they dream within your night. Nyx looked upon the dreaming faces, the young, the old, the weary. Her gaze softened. So my peace does not end in sleep, she whispered. It continues through you, shaping their hearts for the waking world. Exactly, Hypnos said. You gave them stillness. I give them passage. Together, we teach them to rest and rise. For a moment, mother and son stood in silence, the dreaming plain alive around them. Rivers of soft light flowing through endless meadows, each current a dream being born or ending. The air smelled of rain and forgotten laughter. Nyx turned to him. And what of the one Aroi? She asked. The spirits of dreams who served beneath him. He smiled faintly. They wander as they always have. Morpheus shapes the dreams of kings. Phantasos paints the visions of the dead. Phobetter tends to the shadows of fear. But even their darker work has softened, since your song filled the heavens. None dream in despair. Even nightmares now end in gentleness. She placed her hand upon his shoulder. Then you have done well, my child. You are the mercy in their slumber. He lowered his head, humble, but content. And you, he said, are the mercy in all things. For a long time they stood together, watching the dream. Streams drift and fade, the waking world beyond them turning in slow serenity. Then Hypnos turned to her, his expression thoughtful. Will you stay a while, mother? She shook her head, though her smile was tender. Not yet. There is more to see. I must walk again among those who wake, to see if they have carried our peace into their daylight hearts. Hypnos bowed. Then go with my blessing. I will guard their rest until you return. Nyx leaned forward and kissed his brow. Dream well, my son, she whispered. The world sleeps safely in your hands. She rose and gathered her veil. The dreaming plain shimmered around her. Then, like mist touched by dawn, she ascended once more, leaving the realm of sleep in perfect balance behind her. As she rose, her voice drifted through the dreams below. Sleep, all hearts. I walk above you still. In your dreams. Remember peace. And the dream. Streams answered, glowing brighter for a moment before fading into rest. When Nyx rose from the dreaming plain, her veil still carried the fragrance of sleep, the sweetness of poppy and the cool hush of deep slumber. She drifted upward through the quiet air until the glow of her lantern faded into the thinning dark. Far below, the first pale edge of dawn began to spread, her daughter Hemera's realm stirring once more. Nyx watched as light crept gently along the horizon, turning the black of sea to silver, the silver to gold. It was the time between, when night had not yet gone and day had not yet fully come. The seam of all becoming. She lingered there, poised between her own shadow and her daughter's radiance, and whispered, Now I shall see whether peace endures even in brightness. drawing her veil close. She softened her form until she was nothing more than cool breath, a shimmer of air. In that shape, she drifted down to the mortal world, unseen and tender as a sigh. She found herself above a valley where mist was rising from the fields. The grass glistened with dew, each drop a tiny memory of her night. Farmers were already stirring, their lanterns dim beside the growing light. They did not see her as she passed over them, but she felt their hearts, steady, calm, unhurried. They had slept well. Their dreams, shaped by her son Hypnos, had left behind a residue of ease that clung to them even as they worked. They moved slowly, kindly, speaking little, their thoughts unclouded by haste. Nyx smiled. "So peace remains," she murmured. She followed the road that wound from the valley to the hills, where a young shepherd was leading his flock. He walked barefoot in the damp grass, humming softly. It was not a song he had learned. It was one born of habit, a tune that seemed to rise from the very rhythm of morning. Yet Nyx knew it well. It was the faint echo of her own voice, woven unconsciously into mortal memory. The shepherd paused to watch the last star fade into daylight. "Stay a little longer," he whispered to it, unaware that the night herself stood beside him. "I am here," Nyx said. Though he could not hear, "I stay within your calm." She drifted onward to a town awakening by a river. The marketplace was beginning to stir, merchants unfolding cloths, bakers opening their shutters, the smell of bread rising warm into the air. Children chased one another through the lanes, laughter scattering like sunlight. Yet even in their noise there was balance. No harshness, no sharpness. The memory of her night still tempered their joy. By the river's edge, she saw a woman sitting alone. Her eyes were bright with tears, but her expression was gentle. In her lap, she held a letter, worn at the edges. Its ink faded. She whispered to the water, "He is gone, but I am not afraid." Nyx knelt beside her unseen. The woman's grief was deep, but it did not destroy her. It had softened into remembrance. Around her shoulders, Nyx laid a breath of coolness, a gift of her shadow. "Loss is only another form of rest," she whispered. "He dreams now in my keeping." The woman smiled faintly, though she did not know why. She rose, folded the letter carefully, and walked away with calm steps. As day grew, Nyx wandered through many hearts. A mother scolded her child but ended with a laugh. A merchant, tempted to cheat, paused and reconsidered. A weary traveler, stopping at a roadside spring, closed his eyes for a moment and breathed the air with gratitude. Each small act, each gentle decision, was a quiet echo of her night, proof that her stillness had not been lost to dawn. At length, she came to the high hills, where light met cloud. There she felt her daughter, Hemera's presence growing strong, bright and kind, her footsteps made of sunbeams. Nyx did not reveal herself, but she listened as Hemera moved through the morning. Everywhere her daughter touched, life bloomed. The flowers lifted their heads, the rivers quickened, laughter spread through the waking lands. And yet, beneath it all, the calm of Nyx's night remained, the steady foundation upon which day could safely dance. Hemera paused once, standing upon a ridge to gaze at the golden world below. "Mother," she whispered into the bright wind, "your peace still lingers from the shadowed air." Nyx answered, "Unseen, and your light carries it forward." Their voices met in the space between, and for a moment the world shone with both light and dark in perfect balance, the essence of all that was good and eternal. Then Hemera turned to her work once more, and Nyx withdrew, rising softly back toward her veil of stars. As she ascended, she looked once more upon the waking earth, the gleaming seas, the bright fields, the quiet hearts. She saw that her night was not undone by the sun. It lived within the rhythm of things, like the steady pause between heartbeats. She smiled. "So even in brightness, my calm endures. The day remembers me." Above her, the lantern of the deep sky pulsed faintly, echoing her thought. Nyx spread her arms wide, letting her veil drift through the air until its edges brushed the sunlight. The world below glittered, light touched by shadow, shadow touched by light, and she whispered to herself, "All that rests shall rise, all that rises shall rest." Thus the circle remains. And then she turned her gaze once more toward the west, where evening waited like a promise. Her time to return. The sun had traveled long across the heavens, gilding seas and mountains, brightening rivers until they shone like flowing mirrors. But now its pace began to slow. The warmth softened, the colors deepened, and the edges of the world took on that tender hue that comes only when the day begins to yield. From the far side of the sky, Nyx felt her daughter's light waning. She stirred gently in her unseen realm, gathering her veil once more. The air between them trembled, not with strain, but with harmony. The great exchange was beginning again. Far below, the evening star appeared. It shone bright and solitary above the horizon, the herald of her coming. Its light was not harsh, but calm, silver touched with gold, the perfect blending of mother and daughter, of shadow and flame. Nyx descended through the deepening sky. The air cooled around her, the day sighed in contentment. Birds folded their wings. Flowers closed their petals with a soft rustle, as though whispering farewell to the light. At the rim of the world she found Hemera waiting. The daughter's hair gleamed with the last radiance of sunset. Her eyes filled with the glow of all she had nurtured through the day. Between them, the horizon burned in shades of rose and violet, the bridge of their love. Hemera turned as her mother approached, her smile gentle. "Without sorrow, you return again," she said. "The world is ready." "And you," Nyx replied, "have tended it beautifully. The mortals walk in kindness. The seas are calm. The winds remember their peace." Hemera laughed softly. "Your voice lingers in their hearts. I only awaken what you have soothed." The two stood side by side, gazing down at the earth they shared. The sunlight faded slowly from the high clouds, leaving behind a quiet fire that glowed without heat. Beneath it, rivers turned to ribbons of silver, and far-off cities began to light their lamps. The air smelled of cedar, honey, and cool stone. "Tell me," Nyx said softly, "what did you see today among them?" Hemera's face brightened with memory. "I saw laughter and labor, rest and reunion. I saw a farmer give bread to a stranger and a child share water with a bird. They do not speak your name, Mother, but they live your gentleness." Nyx inclined her head, her voice low with wonder. "Then my night is alive in their daylight, and your light blooms in my dark. So the circle remains." For a while, they stood in silence, the line between them, shadow and gold, trembling with beauty. Then, as the first true stars began to show, Hemera lifted her hand. "Take them, Mother," she said. "They are ready to rest." Nyx raised her veil. Its fabric unfurled across the heavens, slow as thought, soft as breath. The glow of day folded gently into it. The colors of sunset deepened to indigo, then to the serene silver of her calm. The evening star brightened, a single jewel upon the hem of her robe. As the last light faded, Hemera stepped closer and pressed her brow to her mother's. "Until dawn," she whispered. "Until dawn," Nyx replied. And then the daughter withdrew, walking backward into the west, her radiance dimming until only the faint blush of her warmth remained upon the clouds. Nyx spread her arms wide, her veil falling over the world. The stars bloomed behind her like flowers opening in a great garden. The moon rose, her eternal companion, and the sea caught its light, turning to liquid silver. She breathed once, and the wind stirred in response. Another night had begun. She lingered a while upon the high air, watching the first lamps being lit in the mortal world. The shepherds gathered their flocks. Families closed their doors. The cities grew hushed beneath her spreading calm. From every roof and road, the glow of firelight echoed her lantern in the heavens, as though the world itself were mirroring her gentle reign. In that hour she looked upon the evening star again. It shone steady in the deepening blue, and she saw in it the perfect balance of all things. her dark embracing her daughter's light, the shadow cradling the flame. It was their bond made visible, their love shining even in separation. She raised her hand toward it and whispered, "Be the keeper of our promise. When I reign, hold her memory. When she rises, carry mine." The star seemed to pulse in answer, its glow brightening for a breath before returning to its tranquil gleam. Satisfied, Nyx turned her gaze once more to the earth. The air beneath her was full of soft sounds. The calling of owls, the sigh of wind through olive branches, the first distant waves against the shore. The night was new, but familiar. Like a song she had sung since the beginning of time, she spoke quietly into the gathering dark. "Come, dreams. Come, peace. The world waits, and I am here." Her words drifted across the land like cool rain. Windows darkened. Hearts slowed. Eyes closed. Sleep spread like silver water through the fields of humankind. Above it all, the evening star kept watch. The bridge between her shadow and her daughter's dawn. It gleamed in perfect stillness, neither fading nor brightening. The promise of balance eternal. Nyx watched it until it was joined by the countless stars of her domain, each one a note in the great harmony of rest. "Another circle turns," she said softly, "and all is well." When the evening star had taken its place and the last warmth of sunset slipped beneath the rim of the world, Nyx rose to the height of her dominion. Her veil spread fully now, vast, luminous, alive with 1,000 soft lights that shimmered in slow rhythm. The air beneath her pulsed gently, as if the world itself were breathing her name. She hovered at the center of her sky, watching the quiet unfold. The seas had stilled to glass. The forests whispered. The dreams of humankind drifted like dandelion seeds through the invisible air. Each was a fragment of thought wrapped in her calm, a reflection of her peace carried upon Hypno's soft wings. And as she watched, Nyx felt that ancient rhythm move again within her. The pulse she had first heard in the voice beneath silence, the heartbeat of all existence. It was faint, yet everywhere. It was the hidden law that kept the stars in place and the hearts of mortals turning toward gentleness. The night's renewal had begun. It came not as change, but as deep remembering. A return to the first stillness from which everything had been born. Within it, she felt the renewal of her own being. Not in strength or dominion, but in quiet certainty. That peace itself was eternal, because it renewed through giving. She looked down upon the world, the sleeping villages, the silvered seas, the faint glow of her son's dream. Rivers winding unseen through the hearts of humankind. "They rest," she murmured, "and through their rest, I am renewed." Her voice flowed downward like dew. It touched the waves, the fields, the roofs of homes, and each place it passed grew stiller, softer. Even the smallest creatures, the nightingales in the hedges, the foxes in their burrows, the fish that glided through moonlit rivers felt the same deep calm settle over them. Nyx closed her eyes. She breathed once, and the heavens breathed with her. The stars trembled faintly, shedding silver dust that drifted down through space, through clouds, through dreams, until it became invisible warmth in the hearts of the living. From the far reaches of her domain came her children. Hypnos, gliding through the low air, his presence cool and kind, murmuring sleep into the ears of humankind. Morpheus, painter of dreams, carrying visions, born of wonder. Thanatos, gentle and patient, gathering the souls whose time had come, bearing them to her halls of peace. And in the farthest distance, Hemera, faint but felt, resting in the cradle of her mother's calm until her dawn should rise again. They moved together like threads in a great loom, each one weaving the fabric of existence in its turn. Nyx watched them, her heart full. "So all my children are at work," she whispered. "Sleep and dream, rest and renewal, life and ending. All moving in the same soft rhythm, all returning home to me." She looked upward to the lantern of the deep sky, still glowing faintly beyond the highest stars. Its light pulsed once, slow and certain, sending a wave of silver through her heavens. Where it passed, constellations brightened, The quiet road flowed like a living river again. Nyx raised her arms. The light entered her palms and spread through her body, filling her with tranquil strength. It was not power that could command, but peace that could sustain. It was the strength of yielding, of letting all things be and finding wholeness in their being. The renewal deepened. The stars above began to turn more slowly, as though pausing to listen. Beneath her, the world grew quieter still. The entire universe seemed to rest upon her breath. In that immense stillness, she felt the truth of her eternity. Her night was not a cycle, only of endings. It was the constant balance that allowed creation to begin again. Endlessly. Without her calm, no morning could rise. Without her peace, no heart could love. She spoke softly into the silence, her words like petals falling upon a mirror. Let the day remember me. Let every dawn rise from my peace. And when all light tires, I will cradle it again. The heavens answered. The stars shimmered in unison, their light weaving patterns across the deep constellations, aligning into shapes unseen since the first turning of time. Each one glowed for a moment, then faded, leaving the faint outline of a great circle in the sky. It was her mark, the seal of renewal, the endless wheel that turns light into shadow and shadow into light. Nyx lowered her gaze. Far below, she saw the world glowing faintly, each sleeping soul a spark within her vast design. The air shimmered with the pulse of dreaming, of life sustained by stillness. Rest well, my children, she whispered. Tomorrow, you shall wake within my blessing. The words spread outward like ripples through water. They passed through the seas, the mountains, the forests, the hearts of mortals. Even the stones seemed to hear and hold her calm. When all was settled again, Nyx folded her arms across her chest and lifted her face to the lantern's glow. She felt its warmth fall upon her brow like a gentle hand. All is whole, she said softly, and I am renewed. Her veil, vast and silver, rippled once, then stilled completely. For a time, long or short, no one could say. Nothing moved. The night held itself in perfect balance, not waiting for dawn, not fearing it, only being. It was the heartbeat between eternities, the stillness that sustains the world. The long night drifted toward its quiet turning. Its edges softened. The stars began to pulse with that gentle rhythm that precedes the day. Far upon the horizon, a faint breath of gold stirred the air, delicate as a memory, not yet fully recalled. Nyx felt it before she saw it. Her daughter's warmth, the slow, patient approach of Hemera. She stood upon the high air where her veil brushed the first trembling of dawn. Around her, the heavens glowed with silver light, every star shining like a candle in a room about to welcome morning. She did not hasten their fading. She let them burn a little longer, each one bowing in its own time. Beneath her, the world stirred. The seas exhaled mist. The forest shifted with soft sighs. The cities began to dream their way toward waking. The peace she had woven through the long hours still lingered in them. Quiet hearts, easy breaths, dreams not yet broken by daylight. Then the first ray of Hemera's light touched the farthest wave of the sea. It was not harsh nor sudden. It came like forgiveness. The line of gold widened. The stars nearest to it faded, but without sorrow, for they knew they would return. From the east, the sky brightened, rose deepening into amber, then pale fire. Out of that light stepped Hemera, radiant and serene. Her hair carried the hue of dawn's own breath, her eyes clear as mountain air. Around her feet, the colors of sunrise rippled like water touched by wind. "Mother," she called softly, her voice bright yet tender. "The hour is come." Nyx turned toward her, her form shimmering where shadow met light. "So it is, my child. The world has rested well. It is ready for you again." Hemera smiled. "And you, mother, have you found peace?" "I have found it and given it," Nyx said. "It returns to me as gently as you do." They met upon the border where the heavens divide, yet not in opposition. The dawn and the night mingled like the meeting of two seas, their colors entwining without struggle. where Nyx's veil brushed Hemera's glow. The sky turned to violet, the hue of perfect balance. For a time they said nothing. They simply stood together, the breath of the world between them, the light and the dark touching without conflict. It was the moment of greatest beauty. The stillness where beginning and ending are the same. Hemera looked upon her mother's stars. They fade so gently, she said. It is as though they fall asleep when I arrive. They do, Nyx answered. They rest in your warmth as mortals rest in mine. Each light yields to the other, and thus neither is ever lost. Hemera stepped closer, her radiance softening as it mingled with her mother's shadow. I used to wonder, she said, why I could not shine forever. But I see now, endless day would burn the world, just as endless night would drown it. We are not halves in conflict, but partners in care. Nyx's eyes shone, dark as polished silver. Yes, my daughter. We are the breath of the same being. I, the inhale that gathers. You, the exhale that releases. Between us, the world learns to live. Hemera reached out her hand. Then walk with me a while, she said. Let the dawn and night share this sky, if only for a breath. Nyx took her hand. Together they descended through the high air, their light and shadow weaving in slow, graceful patterns. Beneath them, the world brightened, yet the stars above did not flee. They shimmered faintly, still visible through the growing blue. They crossed the sea. The waves caught their mingled light, turning to threads of rose and silver. They passed over forests, where the last owls returned to their hollows as the first birds stretched their wings. They looked upon mountains still crowned with night, and valleys already glinting with day. The earth beneath their joined gaze seemed to sigh, content, balanced, whole. See how they wake gently, Hemera said. Even the rivers move as though remembering your calm. They do remember, Nyx replied, for the night teaches them patience, and your light teaches them joy. At last they came to the summit of a high mountain, the same where they had met at the world's beginning. There they paused. The horizon burned with pale fire, and the last stars shone like eyes unwilling to close. Nyx looked upon her daughter, her voice low and loving. You have become wise, my child. The world is safe in your light, and it is born again in your darkness. Hemera answered. Without you, my brightness would be empty. They embraced, shadow folding into light, light sinking into shadow, until the air around them shone with a hue, neither black nor gold, but the color of stillness itself. Hemera drew back and smiled. It is time, she said softly. Nyx nodded. Then take the sky, my beloved daughter. I will rest and watch from the quiet beyond. Hemera lifted her face toward the growing light. Go gently, mother, and rise kindly, Nyx replied. They released each other's hands. Hemera stepped forward into the day, her brilliance flowing outward until the heavens were filled with her warmth. Nyx stepped backward into the west, her veil folding around her like a soft tide. But as she faded, she left one thread of her shadow in Hemera's hair, a single wisp of coolness that would follow her through every noon. A reminder that even the brightest day is born of night. Hemera felt it and smiled. You are with me still, she whispered. And Nyx's voice, distant but clear, drifted through the brightening air. Always, my daughter, wherever light shines kindly, I am there. Then the sun rose fully. The sky turned to gold, and though the stars were no longer seen, their light, her light, remained hidden within the blue, waiting for evening to return. From beyond the golden rim of the world, where the last edge of night lingers like a cool breath behind the sun, Nyx rested in her hidden haven. She watched as day unfolded beneath her daughter's care, the world bright with laughter, the seas alive with light, the mountains gleaming with new warmth. Yet even in that brightness, she could feel her own essence moving, faint but steady, within every calm hour. For light and dark were never apart. They danced in an unending circle, each born anew from the other's heart. She had long known this truth. Yet in watching her daughter's gentle reign, she felt it deepen within her. that peace and motion, silence and sound, shadow and radiance, all were parts of a single, breathing whole. As she lingered, she raised her hand toward the sun's hidden side. Her palm glimmered with the pale glow of starlight unseen. "Be not proud, my bright half," she whispered fondly. "Without my coolness, your warmth would burn. Without your fire, my stillness would fade. Together, we are the world's heartbeat." The air trembled faintly, as if in agreement. Even through the blaze of noon she could feel Himura's awareness of her. A tender thread of thought stretched across the sky. It pleased Nyx to see that their love now guided more than gods. It shaped the rhythm of all living things. She looked down upon the earth. In the cities, people moved through the brightness with an ease they did not name. They greeted one another with patience. They laughed without urgency. The night's memory still lingered in their hearts, softening the day's haste. By the rivers, children played, their reflections winking up from the water like scattered stars. Even at noon, Nyx thought, "My stars remain." In the high meadows, shepherds shaded their eyes and gazed skyward, speaking quiet prayers to the unseen calm that steadied their steps. On ships that crossed wide seas, sailors felt comfort in the measured rhythm of waves, remembering that night would come not as threat, but as rest. Everywhere she looked, light and shadow moved together. The sunlight dappling through leaves, the cool shade beneath their branches. Each necessary, each made beautiful by the other. Nyx closed her eyes, listening to the harmony of the living world. The hum of bees, the rush of rivers, the laughter of children, the sigh of the wind. Beneath it all, she could still hear the deeper rhythm. Her own heartbeat joined to her daughter's, the eternal pulse that turned existence. "This," she whispered, "is the circle made whole." Then, from the deep stillness beyond the sun, another presence approached. Not a god of light or shadow, but the quiet keeper of balance itself, Ananke, the spirit of necessity. Her voice, when it came, was calm as stone and vast as eternity. "Nyx, keeper of calm," she said, "you and your daughter have done as you were meant. Light and shadow move without discord. The world breathes evenly." Nyx bowed her head. "It is not dominion, but devotion," she replied. "We have learned that to yield is not to fade, but to give form." Ananke's form shimmered faintly. Not body, but pattern, a lattice of light and motion interwoven. "Then you have understood the law of all things," she said. "For nothing endures by opposition, only by embrace. The circle is eternal, because it has no edge." Her words fell through the heavens like a benediction. Nyx felt them settle into her being, as though they had always been there, waiting to be named. "Then let this be my gift to creation," Nyx murmured, "that every being, in its own way, may feel the balance we have learned." She stretched her arms wide. From her hands flowed threads of shadow. Light, not dark, not bright, but the hue between, like the twilight that crowns both dawn and dusk. The threads descended to the world below, winding unseen through hearts and thoughts, through seas and forests. Wherever they touched, a new calm took root, the understanding that rest and motion, loss and renewal are the same great rhythm in different guises. When she had finished, she lowered her arms. The air shimmered faintly with the afterglow of her blessing. Ananke's voice drifted once more. "You have bound the world in harmony. Night Mother, let it turn in your peace." Then the great spirit faded, leaving only the quiet hum of the universe in her wake. Nyx lingered. Below her, the day ripened toward afternoon, its brilliance softening into gentleness. The edges of things grew round, their shadows long but tender. The world was in perfect balance. The midway breath between the rising and the setting, the sound between notes. She smiled. "So it shall always be," she whispered. "Day and night, light and dark, each renewing the other. When one fades, the other breathes it back to life." Her gaze lifted to the sun's hidden side once more. "Rest well, my daughter," she said softly. "I am waiting beyond the gold." Then, gathering her veil about her, She turned and drifted westward, following the slow wheel of the heavens toward evening. Her place, her promise. The golden hours had passed. The heat of the sun softened into warmth, and the light of the day leaned gently westward. From beyond the horizon, Nyx watched her daughter's glow begin its slow descent. And she felt the ancient rhythm move once more. The pulse of yielding, the turning of the circle, the balance between motion and rest. She began her return, not as a rushing tide, nor as a storming wind, but as the whisper of twilight, that delicate breath which cools the air and quiets the hearts of all living things. She passed through the upper sky as a sigh of violet light, her veil brushing the thin clouds into soft rivers of color. Rose, gold, indigo, and silver. Below her, the world shivered with recognition. Birds that had sung all afternoon grew still. Flowers closed with slow contentment. Rivers darkened to mirror the deepening sky. Her peace returned not as absence, but as embrace. When the first shadows touched the mountains, she spread her arms wide. "Be gentle now," she whispered. "The day has given much. Let it rest." Her words fell like cool dew. The hills glowed briefly in her voice, then dimmed into tranquil color. The wind, which had played freely through the trees, softened into a single even breath. It carried her message into every valley and field: rest and be whole. In a small village by the sea, a woman stood at her doorway watching the last light fade. Her child tugged at her hand. "Is it gone?" the child asked. The woman smiled. "Not gone, my love. Only resting." The child looked upward and saw the first star gleam faintly above the roofline. "Then the night is coming," she said. "She always keeps the stars safe." The woman's smile deepened. "Yes," she whispered. "She keeps us all safe." Though they did not know it, Nyx had passed above them at that very moment. Her shadow soft upon their faces, their words became part of her breath, the mortal echo of the truth she had always carried, that her coming was not an end, but a promise. She drifted inland, following the rivers that gleamed like silver threads in the half-light. Everywhere she went, hearts slowed, voices softened. The laborers at the fields laid down their tools. Fishermen pulled their nets to shore and watched the sea turn from blue to pewter. Even the animals felt her presence. Horses standing quiet in their paddocks, dogs resting their heads upon their paws. And far above them all, Nyx listened. The world spoke not in words, but in ease, in the gentle sound of lives unwinding, of movement giving way to stillness. That sound was her music, her hymn. At the edge of the desert, she paused. The sand glowed with the last ember of day. From the horizon came Hamara's final light, long and golden, stretching across the dunes like the touch of farewell. Nyx bowed her head. "Well done, my daughter," she murmured. "You have kept the promise. Now rest, and let me take your place." She lifted her veil, and the light folded into it. Not extinguished, but transformed. Gold became rose. Rose became violet, and violet melted into the soft silver of oncoming night. The sun slipped beneath the world's curve. The air grew cooler. The first true stars appeared, steady and bright. And through all of it, a single whisper flowed, her whisper, filling the spaces between wind and wave, between leaf and stone, between the beating of hearts. "I am here. You need not fear the dark. I am the rest between your days, the breath between your thoughts." At that hour, when twilight deepened to the first shadow, Nyx walked unseen through the world. She passed through open fields and city streets, through forest paths and quiet rooms. Everywhere, her touch was gentle. A hand upon a weary brow, a sigh that cooled a burning grief, a hush that calmed the restless. She saw a poet pause before his lamp, his pen suspended. Inspiration had fled him, but as her calm settled, words returned, not of struggle or fame, but of gratitude. She saw a mother lean over her sleeping child and breathe easier, sensing the protection that hovered around them. She saw the ocean itself grow smooth beneath her feet, reflecting the growing constellations above. Everywhere she went, light surrendered to shadow with grace. as though the two had agreed long ago to trade places in endless friendship. When the last trace of gold vanished from the sky, Nyx stood at the world's edge once more. The heavens above her were clear and vast, her stars blazing with serene joy. Behind her, the lantern of the deep sky shimmered faintly, a silver heart beating beyond sight. "Another day has learned to rest," she said softly, "and another night is born." She raised her arms, and her veil rippled outward, gathering every whisper, every sigh, every heartbeat beneath its span. "Sleep now," she murmured to the turning world. "Dream kindly. You are loved, even in darkness." The stars answered, blooming brighter. The evening star shone high, and the circle of balance turned again. Light yielding to shadow, shadow waiting to cradle light. And in that stillness, Nyx smiled, for the whisper of twilight had become her hymn of renewal. The world had grown quiet again. Twilight had yielded to full night, and the heavens lay open in their endless calm. The stars burned steady and patient, each a memory, each a vow. The moon drifted among them like a gentle thought. Nyx stood at the height of her sky, her veil spread wide across creation. The breath of the world moved through it, the sighs of waves, the rustle of leaves, the slow heartbeats of sleeping creatures. All of it formed one rhythm, one quiet pulse that kept the great wheel turning. She listened. It was the sound she had loved since the beginning, the whisper of existence at peace. And in that moment, she knew her long labor was complete. The balance she and Hamra had tended since the first dawn would endure, not because of their watchfulness alone, but because the world itself had learned their rhythm. Still, she would not vanish. She would never truly rest, for she was not an ending, but a promise, a return written into the soul of time. From the high air, she looked down upon the sleeping world. The seas shimmered faintly with starlight. The forest swayed in slow accord. The fields gleamed with dew like scattered silver. In every place her peace lingered. In every heart, her calm endured. She felt the mortal world dreaming, not merely of its own small joys, but of wonder itself, of stars beyond counting, of love without end, of the mystery that watches kindly in the dark. Her voice flowed downward like cool rain. "Do not fear my coming," she whispered. "I am the pause that lets the song be sung. When light grows weary, I will return. When hearts grow restless, I will soothe them again." Her words passed through cloud and wind, through the thin veil between dreaming and waking, until even the mountains seemed to breathe them back in silence. She turned her gaze toward the east, where the faintest shimmer of dawn already slept beyond the curve of the world. Hamra's light waiting, patient, golden. "How many times have we done this dance?" she murmured. "How many times shall we?" And the answer rose within her like a tide. Forever. The cycle would not end, nor could it, for it was the very breath of existence. As long as there was a sky to hold light and shadow, she would return, to cradle, to cool, to renew. She walked now among the constellations, her robe trailing through the stars like wind through tall grass. Orion bowed his bright head. Lyra's harp shimmered with new song. The serpent curled around the northern pole in silent reverence. They had all been her children once, and still were. Nyx paused before the lantern of the deep sky. It pulsed softly, the silver heart of eternity. "You have burned faithfully," she said. "Keep watch while I sleep, that no corner of the void shall fall without a dream." The lantern flared once in answer, not with brilliance, but with warmth, a steady breath of light that would never fail. She smiled. "So the world is guarded." Then she descended once more, her form vast yet tender, her presence filling the night like the hush after a beloved song. The air around her shimmered, the seas sighed in contentment. Everywhere she passed, the small things of the earth turned slightly toward her, flowers closing, animals folding into their nests, waves bowing low. They knew her, though they had no words for her name. When she reached the lowest sky, she looked upon the lands and seas and spoke again. "Rest, all things. I am the promise that returns." When the sun grows dim, I shall cradle its embers. When hearts grow heavy, I shall bear their dreams. Nothing is lost that sleeps in my keeping. Her voice rolled across the world like distant thunder softened into song. The mountains echoed it in their stillness. The oceans answered in their tide. She lifted her arms once more, gathering the night about her. The stars bent closer, their light threading through the folds of her veil until she shone like a living constellation. The figure of night herself, radiant in serenity. She looked once more to the horizon where dawn would come, and whispered her last blessing of the age. Each dusk shall be my returning. Each star, a sign that I have kept my word. When you look to the dark and feel no fear, know that I am there, and that peace is near. Then, as if in answer, a wind rose from the east, Hemera's breath, already stirring in the hidden places of the world. The faintest shimmer of light touched the rim of the sea, but before it grew, Nyx bowed her head and smiled. Her work for this turning was done. The world would wake in balance, and when the time came she would return again. Her stars brightened once, as though sighing. The lantern of the deep sky glowed in approval. And Nyx, eternal and at rest, whispered her promise into the soul of the cosmos. Night shall always come, not as ending, but as the breath between eternities. The stars turned slowly, their motion older than thought. The lantern of the deep sky pulsed once, sending a tide of light through the heavens, like the faint heartbeat of eternity. And from that vast and gentle rhythm, Nyx felt the call, soft, ancient, irresistible. It was the call of the place from which she had come. The silence before all sound, the stillness before all motion, the night beyond time. She had not returned there since the first dawn had been born, since the moment she had lifted her veil to reveal the spark of creation. Now, with the balance perfected and the circle complete, she felt the old longing awaken, not to depart, but to remember. She rose. The constellations parted before her, like waves before the moon. Their lights curved into slow spirals, marking her ascent. Behind her, her veil trailed through the heavens, gathering starlight into folds of silver and shadow. Beneath her, the world slept in unbroken peace. Seas breathing, hearts dreaming, life at rest. As she climbed higher, the air thinned until even the stars grew pale. The lantern of the deep sky hovered above her now. Vast and luminous, its silver flame steady as truth itself. Guardian of the threshold, she said, I have tended what was given. The world endures in balance. May I pass once more into the quiet beyond. The lantern shone brighter, its light opening like a gate. Beyond it, she saw the first darkness. The primal calm untouched by time. Deeper than sleep. Gentler than love. She passed through. Silence met her, but it was not emptiness. It was fullness without form. The breath of existence before breath was known. Here, there were no stars, no winds, no dreams, only stillness infinite and alive. Nyx folded her veil around herself. The starlight she carried dimmed until it became a soft shimmer upon her skin. Like memory, she walked. Though there was no ground, she breathed. Though there was no air, her every movement was both sound and silence. She felt the presence of all she had ever loved within that quiet. The laughter of Hemera, bright and golden. The deep gentleness of Hypnos. The steady patience of Thanatos. The songs of the constellations. The sigh of the mortal world. The calm of seas and dreams. All were within her now as ripples returning to their source. At the center of that infinite stillness, she found a light, not bright, but boundless. The soft pulse that had once whispered her into being. It glowed with the color of breath itself, neither white nor gold nor blue, but something beyond seeing. Nyx approached it slowly. Each step she took caused a faint music to rise, as if the silence were greeting her return. When she stood before it, she bowed. You are the beginning, she said, and I am your shadow made gentle. I have kept your calm through the endless turnings of time. The light pulsed, and from within it came a voice, not heard, but felt. You have done well. Night herself. You were the first cradle, the first breath. Because of you, the worlds could rest and be renewed. Nyx lifted her gaze. And what now? Now you may rest too, said the light. But rest, for you, is never stillness alone. It is remembrance. You are the space within which all things return. Even I, for what begins must find its way back into your arms. She felt those words move through her. Vast as galaxies, tender as sleep. Her veil unfurled, dissolving into the surrounding dark until she could no longer tell where she ended and eternity began. I see, she murmured. I am not apart from you. I am your peace given form. The light glowed brighter, and the darkness itself seemed to smile. Yes, and so long as anything breathes, you shall never fade. When stars grow cold, when even memory sleeps, your calm shall hold the echo of what was. And in that echo, life will begin again. Nyx sank to her knees, the weight of creation falling from her shoulders like a cloak. She no longer needed to bear. Around her, the silence deepened until it became song. The faint music of the universe, dreaming itself anew. She closed her eyes. Every heartbeat, every tide, every sigh of every being flowed through her. Not as burden, but as beauty. Time itself ceased to measure. She simply was. And in that vast and tender stillness, she whispered her final understanding. All that is born returns to me. All that ends begins again. I am not darkness. I am the space for light to rest. The light pulsed once more, bright and endless, then spread outward through the void. A silent wave that touched every corner of existence, rekindling stars, stirring worlds, awakening breath. In that pulse, the rhythm began again. The eternal inhale and exhale of being. Nyx rose. The veil that had dissolved now shimmered anew, woven from the light of beginnings. She stood at the edge of forever, serene and whole. Below her, she could already feel Hemera stirring, her dawn forming in the unseen distance. The cycle awaited its next turn. Nyx smiled, then let it begin once more. And when it ends, I shall be here, waiting in the silence between worlds. She spread her arms, and her presence became the night itself. Soft, infinite, complete. The stars flared into being around her like thoughts in the mind of the cosmos, and the first dream of the new age began. And so, the circle closed and opened. The night beyond time folded gently around creation, holding it like a mother holds a child. The world breathed, the heavens sang, and all things, great and small, rested in the calm of Nyx, the eternal night. And thus, the story finds its quiet rest beneath the turning stars. The tale is now complete, and the night falls peacefully once more. Faye, after her journey beyond time, where she had met the stillness that births all things, Nyx lingered in the vast hush between eternities. She did not vanish. She simply was. The pulse between all pulses. The shadow that loved the light. Around her, the stars she had set upon the heavens turned with quiet grace. Ages passed. Yet here, no age could be counted. The constellations no longer needed her tending. They had learned her rhythm and moved by it, as hearts beat without thought. But Nyx could feel something new stirring among them. Not sound, not motion, but dreaming. Each star, after shining through countless turnings of light and shadow, began to fold inward as if listening to itself. Within their fiery hearts, the memory of her calm gathered like dew. They were not dying. They were sleeping. She drifted closer. The nearer she came, the more she felt their dreams. Immense, slow, and full of color, the stars dreamed of oceans they had never seen, of mountains that breathed, of skies with twin moons. They dreamed of warmth and of silence, of love that never ended. And as they dreamed, their light softened into hues never before seen in any heaven, tones of violet, rose, and pale gold blending into silver shadow. Nyx smiled. So even fire learns to rest, she whispered. Even light has its night. She stretched out her hand, and her shadow brushed the surface of one star. The fire within it flickered, not in fear but in welcome. The dream it carried reached her. a world forming within its glow. A tiny sphere wrapped in mist, seas waiting to be filled, air waiting to be breathed. The star whispered without words, "Shall I let it live?" Nyx answered softly, "Dream it, and it will." The star sighed, and from its light came the faint pulse of a new world. Not apart from her, but born within her stillness. Around her, others followed. Every sleeping star began to dream, and through their dreaming, new worlds took shape in silence. Islands of being floating upon her infinite calm. She watched with a mother's tenderness. She did not command them. She only breathed gently, and their dreams grew. "So this is the next turning," she murmured. "Even in sleep, creation continues." Her veil drifted among them, gathering their soft light, weaving it into new constellations. Shapes not of gods or beasts, but of feeling itself. Harmony, mercy, rest, return. They shone faintly in the deep, carrying her wisdom into the farthest corners of time. When the last of the stars had settled into its dream, Nyx looked upon the whole of her heaven. It was quiet beyond imagining, not empty, but alive with gentle thought. Every sleeping star a heartbeat, every dream a world unfolding. She whispered into the stillness, "Sleep, my children of fire. Your dreams are my own. In your rest, I am reborn." And as her words flowed through the cosmos, the light of the sleeping stars brightened once more. Not as flame but as glow. The soft luminescence of peace unending. The night beyond time shimmered, and from its depths rose a slow, endless hum. The song of stars dreaming within their mother's calm. Nyx closed her eyes and listened. It was the first music ever made without sound. And she smiled, for she knew this was eternity learning to dream. The stars dreamed on. Their soft light pulsed in the quiet. Each rhythm a slow and perfect breath. Nyx moved among them, her steps soundless, her veil shimmering with their slumber. The silence that surrounded her was not void, it was a living stillness, full of promise, full of the hum that waits before a heartbeat. She felt it, the quickening within the dreams of the stars. The worlds they imagined were growing, not as thoughts, but as living spheres turning gently within her calm. They were made not of flame or dust, but of longing. The longing of light to rest, the longing of stillness to remember motion. Nyx drifted close to one of these newborn dreams. It was vast and blue, wrapped in soft clouds that glowed like moonlit silk. Beneath them, mountains rose like sleeping giants, and seas mirrored her eternal dark. No creatures stirred yet, only wind, water, and the patient waiting of the earth. She touched it with her shadow. "Breathe," she whispered, and the world breathed. The winds moved for the first time, circling the globe in tender rhythm. The seas answered, rising and falling in time to her pulse. The mountains echoed faintly with the sound of their own becoming. Life had not yet taken form. Nyx watched, her heart full. So even within stillness, the seed of motion waits, she murmured. She moved to another sleeping star, whose dream was a quiet, golden world. Its surface glowed with warmth, and small lights fluttered across its skies. The first sparks of thought taking shape as creatures of air. They danced soundlessly, made of light and memory. Their motions as graceful as the drifting of petals on unseen water. Nyx smiled at them, for they reminded her of her winds, the children she had long ago blessed to wander through her night. "So," she said softly, "my winds have learned to fly again." She passed from dream to dream. Some stars dreamed of cool crystalline worlds, others of vast forests where light and shadow played endlessly together. In each she saw her reflection, her peace woven into every rhythm, her calm shining beneath every movement. None of these worlds knew her name, but all bore her touch. She moved through them as a memory moves through a dream, unseen, yet shaping everything it touches. Wherever her veil brushed, stillness deepened. Wherever her voice lingered, harmony followed. And when she listened, she heard a single breath moving through them all. The same breath she had heard when creation was young. When the voice beneath silence had spoken her into being, she realized then what the sleeping stars had become. Not just dreamers, but keepers. Each one held a fragment of her calm within it, gifting it to the worlds it had imagined. Through them, her essence would never fade. At the edge of the dreaming cosmos, she paused and looked back. Countless stars shimmered behind her, each one cradling a world within its sleep. Together they formed a great tapestry of light, not cold, not blazing, but alive with soft rhythm. The pattern they made pulsed in slow harmony, like a single being breathing in endless time. It was beautiful beyond even her knowing. Nyx spread her hands, blessing it. "You are my breath, made many," she whispered. "In your dreams, I live forever." And the stars, though sleeping, seemed to hear her. Their glow deepened, their dreams brightened. Through the whole of her vast domain, a slow wind moved, not of air, but of peace. It was the breath of worlds, the exhale of her eternal heart. It passed through galaxies, through the dust of new suns, through the very fabric of the universe. Where it went, balance followed. It carried warmth to the cold, stillness to the wild, quiet to the lost. It carried love, the love that holds all things together, even when they forget its name. Nyx listened to that wind and smiled. "So the circle continues," she said. "Even, I am only a breath within a greater dreaming." Then she folded her veil and drifted once more through the sleeping heavens, content to let creation breathe on its own. Wherever she passed, stars stirred faintly in their slumber, as though sighing in contentment. And she, their mother, their keeper, moved among them like a lullaby, too soft for sound. The stars slept in harmony. Their dreams had become worlds, and those worlds had learned to breathe. Everywhere Nyx looked, the universe shimmered with quiet life, not loud, not hurried, but rhythmic, like the rise and fall of a resting chest. The deep calm she had given at the dawn of time now pulsed through all things. She could feel it in the turning of distant galaxies, in the still drift of dust between suns, in the silent growth of worlds unseen. Each one was a note in a great song, the melody of peace she had been weaving since the first light stirred against her darkness. Nyx knew then that her work, though eternal, was complete in essence. The night no longer needed her guidance to be gentle. It was gentleness itself. The stars remembered her. The winds carried her voice. Even the smallest breath in creation moved to her rhythm. She stood within the vastness, her veil floating in the slow current of eternity, and she whispered to the sleeping cosmos, "All that I have been remains in you. Every light I cradled now shines with its own calm. Every dream I kept now dreams on without fear." The sound of her voice drifted through the still air and reached the lantern of the deep sky. Its silver flame quivered once, and from its heart came a quiet beam of light that stretched outward in infinite threads, touching every sleeping star, every dreaming world. It was her final benediction, not farewell, but fulfillment. Wherever that light reached, peace deepened. Wherever it passed, the motion of time slowed into grace. It wrapped creation in an unending rhythm, the pulse of giving, the breath of rest. Nyx raised her hands, palms open. From them spilled a shimmer, like dew, formed of all she had ever held: the laughter of her daughter Hemera, the patience of Hypnos, the kindness of Thanatos, the courage of mortals, the endless hum of the voice beneath silence. These she cast into the winds of eternity, not as gifts separate from herself, but as pieces of her own essence. They drifted outward and became new harmonies, soft chords that would guide the cosmos through its endless turning. She felt no sorrow, for there was no parting in her blessing, only return. A presence stirred beside her. It was the ancient light she had met beyond time, the first breath, the origin. It glowed now as softly as moonlight over a still sea. "Night eternal," it said, "you have completed your circle. The peace you wove shall outlast all stars." Nyx bowed her head. "And yet even peace must flow," she answered. "Let it move through me and beyond me, until even the smallest grain of dust feels whole." The light pulsed gently. Then speak, and the blessing shall be carried. Nyx closed her eyes. All around her, the sleeping stars seemed to hold their breath. Then she spoke her final words. A lullaby for creation itself. Words so soft that even silence leaned close to listen. Sleep, my universe. You are loved without measure. Every ending is my breath. Every dawn, my return. Wherever there is calm, I am near. Wherever hearts remember peace, I awaken. Her voice drifted outward until it touched the edges of time. The stars trembled with golden light. The newborn world sighed in contentment. The sound of her blessing became the hum of space itself. The background song of existence, eternal and kind. When the last word faded, the light that had been beside her merged with her being, and together they dissolved into the boundless quiet that cradled all things. There was no division between them, only wholeness. And so Nyx became what she had always been destined to be. Not a figure among stars, but the peace that holds the stars themselves. Her veil no longer hung upon the heavens. It was the heavens. Her breath became the wind between worlds. Her heart became the pulse of time. Creation slept within her, and in its dreaming, she smiled. For she knew that when the circle turned again, when a new dawn rose, when light sought its rest, she would be there, waiting in the silence, eternal and serene. I am the keeper of the calm, she whispered through eternity. I am the breath between beginnings. And with that, the cosmos exhaled once, a soundless sigh of infinite peace. And all things rested within her gentle night.